destiny arrives all the same. The Santa Monica Pier, the first stop for many visitors to Southern California, but for the strongmen competing today, it is the final stop on the road to the Arnold Strongman Classic in Columbus, Ohio. Brian Shaw and Matjaz Belsak, two of America's best, will be on display here today. The mission for them is simple. They have to win to get themselves to Ohio in March. Thanks for being with us today, everybody, here on the Rogue Iron Game. I'm Sean Woodland with Dr. Bill Crawford. Margot Alvarez and Josh Bridges will be along here with us in a little bit. It's a gorgeous day out here, Bill. We're in sunny Santa Monica, California. We have a strongman competition that we get to watch live. I mean, we are in for a hell of a show today.
Sean, I'm really excited. Could there be a better place for a strongman competition than right next to Muscle Beach? But I'm mostly excited about the matchups. Yeah. These are key matchups. It's head-to-head. There is no tomorrow.
Yeah, this is going to be a fun-filled day today here at the Santa Monica Pier. And we have a jam-packed show for you here on the Rogue Iron Game as we get you set for the Arnold Strongman USA. Of course, we're going to focus on the big matchup between Brian Shaw and Matjaz Belsak. We will recap the CrossFit Games season so far as we head to Madison, Wisconsin, and the 2020 Reebok CrossFit Games later this year. We will talk to Sean Waxman, international weightlifting coach and member of the USAW Board of Directors as Team USA gets set for the Tokyo Olympics. And, of course, we're going to find out who Bill thinks is going to win today, but I'm going to put you on the spot later on for that. But you mentioned it just a second ago. Last stop, I mean, the pressure is on today.
Well, there are 13 athletes representing 7 countries, and there is no next week. Mm-hmm. This is it. You compete, and you punch your ticket to Columbus, or you don't. Today, champions will be made, and champions will be broken.
This is a list of competitors who we will be seeing today. Now, some of them have already qualified to the Arnold Strongman Classic. That's J.F. Caron, Rob Kearney, and Alexei Novikov. Now, of course, Hafthor Bjornsson, the two-time defending champion, has already qualified. He's not competing today, and Mateusz Kaliszkowski as well has qualified, but he will not be competing here. But ton of talented athletes here. What are you going to be watching today?
Well, the obvious one is the matchup between Matjaz and Brian, because they are storied strongmen, former world's strongest men competitors and winners, great athletes. And they're in a kind of a place where they normally don't find themselves, which is just trying to qualify for the Arnold. Right. But then there's another set of athletes that are trying to, based on the point standing, get into the Columbus show. So we've got to watch them as well.
Yeah. Well, Matjaz Belsak last year had a heck of a 2019, and it actually started right here in Santa Monica when he won the Arnold Strongman USA. He took that momentum, went to Columbus, finished second at the Arnold Strongman Classic, and then won World's Strongest Man. He's not only trying to duplicate that performance here in 2020, but also improve on it.
The man known as the Dragon, the man with the fire in his belly, out of the USA via Latvia, Matjaz! The Dragon breathing fire!
Matjaz Belsak to take on the Roosevelt Stone, and he is off to a very fast start. He's still going after this thing. And Matjaz Belsak looks like he will be your new leader. Great fight from Licis. Licis with a great pace here.
He's got Arnold cheering him on.
The Dragon hopes to breathe fire in 2020. He's still early on here in his strongman career, but has already compiled a very impressive resume. Second place last year at the Arnold Strongman Classic, 4 appearances at the World's Strongest Man competition, won that in 2019, and then his Moss wrestling background as well, former world champion in that. But he has been dealing with a bit of a neck and shoulder issue here. I know you've spoken with Martins, you've spoken with his coach, Oudhagen. Is he going to be ready today?
Well, last year Martins had an unimaginable year. He took the momentum from the second place finish at the Arnold and went on to win the World's Strongest Man competition. And sometimes that happens, and after a breakout year that you find the pressure and it builds up and you find yourself with an injury. But he's been training great. I spoke to Oudhagen. Ode says he's been deadlifting well. He's been pressing overhead well. He's ready. He's here to win.
And Margot Alvarez is another member of our broadcast team, and she caught up with the Dragon as he gets set to throw down here in Santa Monica.
The crowd is coming in. The energy is electric here at Santa Monica Pier. I caught up with Martins. Awesome. I love it. So last year you had a pinched nerve in your neck. How are you feeling now going into this final?
I feel really good. It's finally starting to come together. Just the last few weeks, I got my strength back. I'm ready.
That's awesome. What areas do you need to dominate to make it into the final to get it to Columbus?
Make sure I get enough calories. But my Achilles heel has been throwing. So I need to kick ass at throwing, and everything else I just got to win.
That's awesome. I like that strategy. Thank you for your time, Sean.
Thanks, Mark. Is that chocolate syrup he just freebasing?
It is.
There?
He's a free spirit. We love it.
I guess, well, hey, man, whatever gets you ready for a competition. If Martins is the future of American Strongman competition, Brian Shaw is certainly the past and the present. He is unbelievable when it comes to strongman and his accomplishments. He is clearly one of the best, if not the best, American of all time. The 10 consecutive appearances at the Arnold Strongman Classic, trying to make that 11 today. He is a 4-time world's strongest man, and he's never finished worse than 5th place at that competition. You know him better than anybody. You spent a ton of time with him. Why is Brian Shaw, what makes him so good?
Well, I've had a front row seat to Brian's career for the last 10 or 12 years, and Brian's a student of strongman. Brian's a consummate professional. He has exceptional physical gifts, but really what sets him apart is his professional ability to get himself ready for competitions. He's made everybody else pull themselves up and get ready.
And he's looking lean, too, for Brian Shaw as a strongman. I mean, he posted this on Instagram earlier. He is clearly ready, and he spoke with Margot Alvarez earlier today.
Last year you were here as a spectator. This year you're here competing at the last event before the Arnold in Columbus. How are you feeling? Is there any pressure?
Yeah, I mean, of course there's a little bit of pressure. I mean, it's I got to get my qualifying spot done, of course, and you know, I feel good though. I'm comfortable. You know, I trained really hard for this, and I'm ready to do everything today. So I just got to go do it.
Awesome. Glad to hear that. Your voice is a little spotty. Is that from nerves? Is that from your training? Are you just super excited to be here?
You know, honestly, I've been getting over a kind of a head cold, and I feel fine. But it just, for whatever reason, my voice decided today, hey, I'm not going to work. But luckily, I don't need to yell out here or talk. I just need to lift, so I'll be fine.
That's awesome. Well, best of luck to you. Thank you so much for your time, Brian.
100%.
Sean?
Thank you, Margot. It's good that Brian will be doing his talking on the competition stage there. Of course, that matchup between Brian and Martins Licis is a big one. We're going to keep a close eye on that. We talked about the point standings earlier. Now, Matjaz Belsak from Slovenia, relatively safe. He would have to have a disaster to not make it to the Arnold Strongman Classic in Columbus. But you mentioned that matchup going on behind him, the matchup between Jerry Pritchett and Ronald Heinle. Why is that so intriguing to you?
They're both great at the same events, static events, pressing overhead, deadlifting. I think sometimes Rano's kind of struggled with his grip a little bit, so the carrying events could really play into this. But also Jerry's a little bit taller and probably will have a little bit better ability to get the bags over the bar. So I think this is kind of the way it's going to play out. I'd have to give Jerry the nod.
Yeah, and Jerry also has an advantage in the deadlift. You expect big things from him today in that.
Well, Jerry could pull out 10 reps. I think it's going to take close to 10 reps to win that event.
Yeah, that'll be an impressive performance from him. We're going to shift gears here really fast and focus now on the CrossFit Games season. That is well underway, and that started back in October with the World Wide Open. One workout per week over 5 weeks. That was the first round of qualifications for the 2020 CrossFit Games. We are now in the sanctioned events season. That goes through July 5th, and the CrossFit Games take place July 29th. That is in Madison, Wisconsin. And all eyes right now, and all eyes in Madison will be on one Matt FRASER. Last year, he became just the second man to win 4 consecutive CrossFit Games. This year, he can be the first man to win 5. He has been dominant, and he is showing no signs of slowing down anytime soon. His routine is familiar. He shows up, he dominates, he wins. Since Matt FRASER debuted at the CrossFit Games in 2014, he has never finished lower than second. In fact, the last time he did not win an in-person competition was in 2015 when he finished second to Ben Smith at the CrossFit Games. Every time since then that he has shown up in person to compete, he has won, and this year he's trying to become the first man to ever win 5 CrossFit Games championships. Going to welcome in a couple of familiar faces now to the CrossFit community. 6-time CrossFit Games competitor, man who finished second in 2011 at the CrossFit Games, Josh Bridges, and 6-time individual competitor and 1-time team competitor last year at the Games, Margot Alvarez. You two have had a front row seat to what Matt FRASER's been doing. How impressive is this?
It's an absolute, it's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Watching what Matt has done over the years, coming in his first and second year, coming in second, finding that fire then, and actually going up and winning 4 straight in a row. It's crazy. It just shows how dedicated he is to his craft. You see a lot of CrossFit Games competitors come in, do a good for a year or two, especially after you win something. Being a champion, being on top is always, it puts a target on your back. And so watching Matt come in and actually always getting better every year, at his margins of victory getting greater, it's just so impressive to watch. And I'm excited to see how he does this year.
He definitely has that potential to be the first to win 5 in a row. I think a big pivot in his career was in 2015 after he lost to Ben Smith. He himself said, he realized he didn't even flip any tires, so he had the mentality to go into the gym, go flip tires at midnight, and I think that speaks a lot to his character, and it's going to set himself up for success this year.
Yeah, Matt FRASER has already qualified for the 2020 CrossFit Games, but the same cannot be said for some of the men who finished in the top 10 at the CrossFit Games last year. James Newbury, who finished 5th out of Australia, he still has some work to do because he had an injury during the Open. Now he has to try and qualify through a sanctioned event. Same story with fellow Australian Matt McLeod. Adrian Moonweiler dropped out of the Open, decided he wanted to qualify in person. And then Saxon Panchik, he needs to qualify through one of the sanctioned event as well, as does Will Morad, who was dealing with a little bit of an injury last year. But when you look at that, what stands out the most to you?
Same names, right?
Yeah.
It always comes back to it every year, same names. You got Matt FRASER, Goodmanson's up there. Seeing Scott move away from the individual side was a little shocking to me, especially after coming off the season that he did last year. Moonweiler, we'll see, how he does, how he fares out through at the 150. I thought he was going to do well. Ended up not getting that spot with another guy coming in. But, as you always, it's the same names.
Yeah, and then Pat Vellner wins the Open. What does that do for his confidence?
I mean, that's Pat Vellner coming out, making a statement, especially after coming off the season that he had last year, not doing the quite as well at the games that he wanted to do. I'm sure that lit a huge fire underneath him, and he was ready. And he came out and he made a statement in the open. And it's going to be exciting to watch and see how it plays out the rest of the season.
Yeah, we are just starting the schedule for sanctioned events. We are only 5 sanctioned events in, so plenty of opportunities left for the athletes to qualify for the CrossFit Games. Justin Medeiros kicked things off with a win at the Filthy 150. Also got the invite. Brent Fikowski was impressive in Dubai. Talk about that in a second, but that invite from that competition goes to Tolamora Quino. And then last week in Tennessee, Chandler Smith, impressive performance to win the Mayhem Classic, and Luke Schaefer earns the invite, his first ever individual invite at the CrossFit Games. But Margot, Justin Medeiros is pretty intriguing. He looked impressive in Ireland.
Yeah, he's a younger athlete. He's 20 years old, has a little bit of experience from the 2017 and 2000 regional. He won. He got the invite going to the games in 2020. He didn't win any single event, but he was very consistent in his performance. He had 5 top 3 event finishes. He only had 1 event out of the top 6 spots, and I think he's going into the games in a really good spot. He has a lot of excitement, a lot of energy, and I'm looking forward to watching him into 2020.
Yeah, I was lucky enough to talk to him. That kid is, like you said, young, but has a maturity level that you would not expect from someone his age. Mention Brent Fikowski. How big was it for him to go and perform the way he did in Dubai?
It was huge. Again, the same. Brent Fikowski is not an open a guy you think about when it comes to crushing the open. So for him to be able to go to Dubai and do the things that he did, especially coming off the season where he, again, got cut. I remember listening to an interview where it said, I'll never get cut again. This is never going to happen again. So obviously he lit a fire underneath him. He got hungry, and he came out and he proved it very well that he's here this year to be the games, to be in that top 10 spot and not make it get cut. So it was impressive.
Yeah, on the women's side, Tia Toomey is that division's Matt Fraser. She made history last year. She became the first woman to win 3 straight CrossFit Games championships, and she is really following the same path as Matt Fraser. I mean, she just gets better every year and looks more dominant. And we just saw her at the Mayhem Classic in Cookeville. I mean, it was her and it was everybody else, and it was not even close.
No, watching Tia is impressive.
Yeah.
It's incredible. It's one of them, like, watching anyone who is so dominant in their sport. You got Rich, you got Matt, and now you have Tia on the women's side, where it's like, I don't see anybody beating her. I don't see anybody dethroning Tia until Tia decides to step down and go do something else. She's one of the hardest workers. She is so dedicated to her craft, and it's so fun to watch her compete. I love it. I love her excitement. I love how her energy. It's just crazy. She's phenomenal.
Yeah, she's going to be tough to stop here in 2020. Unlike the men, the majority of the women in the top 10 at the CrossFit Games last year have already qualified for the CrossFit Games here again in 2020. Sarah Sigmundsdottir won the Open. We're going to talk about her in a second, but Tia Toomey gets in as the fittest woman in Australia out of the Open. The only woman in the top 10 who has not qualified, who's eligible, is Turi Helgadottir. So she's going to have to go through one of the sanctioned events to get herself back to the CrossFit Games. But Margot, when you look at that list, what jumps out to you?
I think of Carrie Pierce.
Yeah.
So she was the fittest American woman in 2016, 2018, 2019. She was the fittest U.S. American woman in the 2020 CrossFit Open. And I think she's proven herself year after year. I spoke to her a little bit, and she said she was happy about her performance at this past year. Obviously, some things to improve on, things to work on. She has a new weightlifting coach that she's working with, and so I think in terms of preparation for the 2020 Games, I have my eye on her.
Another athlete I think a lot of people are watching right now is Sarah Sigmundsdottir. She had a great Open. She won that, and so far she has pretty much dominated the sanctions season. She has won 2 of them. She's the only woman who's won multiple sanctioned events. Started out with a win at the Filthy 150, looked really good there, and then a great field in Dubai. She won that event. Sam Briggs earns the invite. And, of course, last week at the Mayhem Classic, it was Tia Toomey winning in dominant fashion, won 6 of the 7 events. But we've been here before with Sarah. Last year we said she's looking great. This is going to be her year. But then she just can't translate that into success at the CrossFit Games. Why is this year possibly different?
I think she's changed a lot. She said she changed a lot going into the Open. She took herself out of her comfort zone, which was her gym. She did the workouts with Annie at her gym. She's changing up her training a little bit, including other athletes in her training. I think that's for her. She's trusting a little bit more of her instincts. She's trusting more of her experience, and that's going to set her on a path going into 2020.
There are plenty of sanctioned events left. We're only through 5, and we have 22 of these things left. Let's take a look at what is upcoming here on the sanctioned event season and some dates that you're certainly going to want to circle on your calendar. May 15th through the 17th. That will be the second Rogue Invitational at the Rogue headquarters in Columbus, Ohio. There going through the qualifier right now, an online competition to decide 7 spots for the men and 5 spots for the women. So they invited the top 15 for the men and the women. Some spots still up for grabs in the qualifier. That's going on right now. It ends the 20th of January, so you can still get into that. Josh, you programmed the Invitational last year. You programmed the qualifier this year. What's the difference between programming something that where you know you're going to put the best athletes in the world through the ringer as opposed to you have to put a wider variety of athletes through a test?
Yeah, it's obviously it's got its restrictions, right? And you also it's got its restrictions due to the fact that we can't do a lot of some of the movements like running or rope climbs, things like that. You know, those things are gonna be pulled back. But and then making it a broad range of tests where more people can be involved in the qualifier, like the open, like what the CrossFit Games Open does for everyone. It's very inclusive. The qualifier does that, but it's a test of fitness, and still does have to do that, and it has to bring the right people to the Invitational. And so, yeah, it's really fun. It's a fun process to be involved in. Yeah,
Margot, last year you competed as an individual at the Rogue Invitational. It was your final individual competition. What was it like from an athlete's perspective to be part of that event?
It was obviously a unique experience, and it was epic on all levels. I'm glad I had the experience to do that last year as my last individual competition. The biathlon event was one of my favorite events. Obviously 2 days full packed of events, but the energy from the crowd, the energy from the community, the amount of athletes, the level of athletes that were there was just superb. It was an amazing experience.
Josh, what did you learn last year from programming that event that is going to help you do it again here in 2020?
Hey, I mean, any time you get experience under your belt, it's always a good thing. It's never a bad thing. And so learning from watching how it unfolded, watching, the time constraints that we had, the number of athletes, the number of heats that we want to do to make it a test of fitness and also put on a good show for people to watch. You learn a lot from a one-year experience. So I'm excited for the year coming, and I think we're going to have a really great test coming out there for everyone.
So last year we had the biathlon that Margot mentioned. We had a ruck run, and then for the teams we had the team tug of war, which was a blast to watch. Any tricks up your sleeve this year that you want to maybe throw out there?
I mean, we're definitely it's gonna be a test. It's gonna be fun, and there's definitely gonna be some interesting things there. But nothing out. We're not gonna put anything out just yet.
I was hoping I could get you to spill the beans a little bit. If you were at the Invitational last year, if you watched it, it was a blast, and the field is going to be loaded again this year. We're going to have a great time in 2020 in Columbus at the Rogue Invitational.
We have never seen a field this deep in any qualifying event ever.
The level of competitors that are here is unreal.
We are definitely in the presence of excellence. See it to me, 1 rep to go. FRASER is going to smash the top time and looking like he's going to win the Rogue Invitational. All eyes of the CrossFit world will be on Columbus, Ohio in May for that event. All eyes in the weightlifting world will be on Tokyo, Japan later this year in August as Team USA gets set to go for gold over there. We stopped by Waxman's gym earlier this week. We spoke with international weightlifting coach and member of the USAW Board of Directors, Sean Waxman, and asked him about what weightlifting fans can expect from Team USA when they hit Tokyo.
Sean, thanks so much for taking the time to do this. The weightlifting world's eyes will be on Tokyo here in a few months as the Olympics are getting set to get started. Who are the men and women that United States weightlifting fans should be watching?
So, on the men's side, CJ Cummings, Harrison, Wes Kitts, and Kane Wilkes are pretty much shoo-ins for the Olympic team coming up. Kane, there are 3 other guys that are in competition for that 4th spot, but it would take an act of God for them to overtake Kane. So Alex Lee and Jordan Cantrell are 2. I don't remember the 3rd, but those 4 are pretty much a lock to make the team.
What about on the women's side now?
Women's side, Kate Nye is pretty much, I think she's already a lock. She's in. And Maddie Rogers is pretty much a lock. She has a pretty easy road to make it to 87. and Sarah Robles is going to make it. And the fourth spot is an interesting one. There's 3 that are mathematically eligible for that spot. Jordan Dela Cruz has the spot in her control. So it's if she posts a total, I believe, over 194, she's pretty much in the driver's seat in one of the upcoming competitions. Her teammate, Morgan King, is in the mix, but she's like in the 3rd position. And in the middle position is Alyssa Ritchie. She's the interesting one. Because if Jordan slips up and Alyssa has a big day, Alyssa can overtake Jordan. So that's really where the most intrigue lies in this. Other than that, it's not too much intrigue. As long as in this qualifying period, as long as those athletes post a qualifying total in either a bronze, silver, or gold level meet, they're going to make the team.
What does the qualification process look like now for these athletes?
It started about 12 months ago.
Okay.
And there are 3 qualifying periods. An athlete had to have at least 1 total in each qualifying period, and then a 4th total on top of that. So they take the top total based on Roby points, which adds another level of complexity, and they add those points at the end. And there's a standard to be able to qualify for the Olympics. The top 8 in the world rankings without duplicate. So like China might have 53 athletes in the top 8. They can only have 1.
Yeah.
And then or number 1 in your continental region. So Pan Am region is us.
Right.
So if you're the number 1 athlete in Pan Am region or top 8, you would be able to be eligible to qualify for the Olympics. So 1 total in each qualifying period, 1 extra total, add those up, the Roby points, and then that's how we pick the team.
Want to thank Sean Waxman one more time for taking the time to speak with us, and all the best to the USA weightlifters as they get set for the Olympics in Tokyo, Japan. Bill Crawford back on set here as we now focus on what's happening today at the Arnold Strongman USA. These athletes have put in the training. They're just getting set now to take the floor and compete. What's going through their minds at this point?
Well, strength athletes toil in isolation year after year. So for them, this is a chance, just one chance today to validate that toil and to qualify for the Arnold Strongman Championship. It's basically does the physical preparation meet the mental game today? And that's what it's all about.
Yeah, we talked about Brian Shaw needing to win here today, and he has had some tremendous performances over his career. He's going to have to come up with another huge one here in Santa Monica to keep his streak alive of making it to the Arnold Strongman Classic in Columbus, Ohio.
Brian Shaw, he has finished first or second 7 of the last 8 years, and he has won this competition 3 times. 1,021 pounds on the bar.
He's got an injury and he's still pushing on. The heart of a champion.
Now things getting serious for Brian Shaw in round 2.
This is going to challenge his mental strength.
Shaw, by any means necessary, just trying to move that thing, and that'll be it.
Brian Shaw and his fellow competitors will be facing 5 events here today in Santa Monica, and they are all going to be tremendous to watch, and all of them sort of favor different athletes. We'll get into that in a second, but we're going to start in just a matter of minutes here with the Slater log at clean and press. There's a farmer's walk event, the sandbag throw, the deadlift for reps is going to be really exciting, and then we're going to close things out at about 3:45 Pacific time with the Rogue Strongman Sandbag Load. So just a couple questions here for you, Bill. First off, go through those events. Who do you think each one favors?
Well, the log press, I know Rob Kearney's had some really great training. He looks great. All the strongmen are really experienced with this event. It's a classic event. And then when you get into the Farmer's Walk, another classic event, but I have to say that Martins and Brian are going to draw on their great experience in competitions. Really heavy, 400 pounds a hand. It's unbelievable. The third event is the bag over bar. I have to look at Brian and Yitza because of their great height and their explosiveness. They're great athletes. And then the fourth event, the deadlift. This is red meat for the strongman fans. I think it's going to take about 10 reps. I'm looking at Jerry to do that. And then the last event just comes down to will. It's going to be the sandbag carry. Martins is a lion. Martins has an ability to overcome the implements, and he's going to really excel at that one.
Obviously, you have to have the skills. You have to be strong to succeed here, but you also have to have some strategy. How should these athletes approach this day of competition?
Well, basically, with a fast start, you want to be able to, line yourself up and have the ability to change yourself in the order so you can watch the other athletes. We touched on that, but mostly they're just 5 events.
Yeah.
And because of that, you don't have room to falter. But there's 5 events, and as we talked about, you can also continue to push yourself hard through this short afternoon.
Well, Jerry Pritchett is one of the athletes who will have to push himself through this afternoon. He is relatively safe when it comes to the point standings and getting to the Arnold Strongman Classic in March, but he still has some work to do, and he spoke with Margot Alvarez earlier today.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Jerry. We know deadlift is your specialty. What events are you most nervous about today?
Log's a big one. I have to make sure I don't lose any points on. I lost a lot of points on log last year. So I worked really hard on my log, so hopefully it shows today. Bag toss and bag carry, too, is another thing I've worked really hard on to keep my endurance up.
Okay, awesome. So with your training, you've prepped a lot for that in terms of being able to be obviously fixing those weaknesses?
I have, yeah. I've hit those every week, working my ass off at the gym on those, so hopefully it pays off today.
Awesome. Well, good luck today. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks. Back to you.
Thank you, Margot. I'm going to put you on the spot now. Who's going to win this whole thing?
Well, a lot of pundits have been talking a lot, and everybody's got an opinion. My heart says Brian. Brian's a great champion. I've seen his career from a front row seat for a number of years, but my mind says Martins. These events really match up to his skill set, and also he can use his strength endurance prowess to really do a lot today.
Now, if it's not one of these two guys, who is someone in the field who might be able to throw a monkey wrench in here and play spoiler?
Jerry Pritchett has to come across with a big performance today. He's got several events that are going to match up well for him, particularly the deadlift. I see him winning 1 or 2 of the events. He could actually pull this out.
All right. Well, we're set to kick this thing off. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with the start of the Arnold Strongman USA with the Slater log clean and press. Let's keep it right here on the Rogue Iron Game. from it. Destiny arrives all the same. Historic Santa Monica Pier. It is the final stop on the road to the Arnold Strongman Classic in March. Today, it's the Arnold Strongman USA, and we are set to kick things off with event 1, the clean and press. Thanks for being here with us, everybody, on the Rogue Iron Game. I'm Sean Woodland alongside Dr. Bill Crawford. Margo Alvarez is on the competition floor covering things for us here today. But in case you missed the pregame show that we had a little while ago, the big matchup today between Matjaz Licis and Brian Shaw. They have to win to get in. One of them is not going to the Arnold Strongman Classic. What are their biggest strengths?
Well, today, Brian's going to have to draw on his experience because Brian has been around for a long time. He's going to have to really dip into the well. He'll be physically ready and he's mentally tough. Those are his strengths. Matjaz has a big motor. In other words, he can compete really strong for a long period of time and comes on more strongly as the events unroll. The other thing, too, frankly, this is a hometown crowd for him.
That's a good point. As we head into event number 1 now, start with Brian Shaw. What does he like about this event?
Brian's done clean and press many, many times, and he did have a strong showing last year with the clean and press with a log. It's an event that he's trained a lot and has been very good with.
Let's go to Matjaz Licis now. He was impressive in this event last year when he won this whole competition. What does he like about the clean and press?
He's great at it, and again, we talked earlier about an injury that he had, but he's had terrific training. He did a strict press with 315 pounds with a barbell for reps, and I can tell you if you can do that, a log will not feel that tough because that's a really tough thing to do, is to do strict pressing with a barbell.
Event number 1 is the Slater log clean and press. We'll say this a lot today. Obviously, you have to be strong to lift that thing, but what are the keys to be really successful at it?
You want an efficient pull up to your chest. In other words, you can't really spend a lot of time trying to get it up to your chest because that expends a lot of energy. The second thing you want to do is as you press up, you want to push back because the implement's so far in front of you and your hands are several inches in front of your face, unlike a barbell. The other thing, too, is that you really can't push so much with your upper chest. It's really on the middle of your chest.
Brian Shaw, again, we mentioned, has to win to get himself in. He's been to the Arnold Strongman Classic 10 straight times. We'll get to him in a second. He is going to be one of the 13 men competing here today. Let's take a look at the competitors' order for event number 1. Jerry Pritchett is going to kick things off, and then he will hand things off to the next athlete. But 13 men here in this first event. If we have the starting order, Jerry Pritchett will be leading that off. But let's talk Brian Shaw here really fast. I know you're going to be watching him really closely. Why?
Again, this is his last chance to get into the Arnold Strongman, the most decorated strongman in the history of strongman from the U.S. And I really would love to see him come back and challenge again for the Arnold Strongman Classic, because he could actually have 3 and go to 4 wins, and then he wants the momentum for the rest of the season. I'm not ready to watch Brian step away.
10 straight times at the Arnold Strongman Classic in March. Jerry Pritchett up first, and Brian Shaw will be 4th. Matjaz Licis is 8th. Now, I know that's not last, but it is later, and that gives him a little bit of an advantage here.
Well, he'll get to see how many reps he has to shoot for. It's sort of like a little bit further. If you only need another foot, another rep. The other thing, too, is that strongmen are trying to conserve their energy because they say, oh, it's just one more rep. But just like a lot of sports, and particularly CrossFit, you can hit a wall. That one rep can expend the amount of energy that really takes you away from doing your best in the next event.
Well, Jerry Pritchett is getting set to take the floor. Pritchett is a guy who is relatively safe in the point standings. He still has some work to do here in order to get himself to the Arnold Strongman Classic, but he has 26 points in the point standings. That is currently second behind Matjaz Belsak. So Pritchett needs to get a little bit of an insurance policy here with his performance at the Arnold Strongman USA to officially get himself to Columbus, Ohio.
Yes, he does, and I think that a really strong start right here. He wants to set the pace. He's going to really gun this. I want to see, I think getting 5 to 6 reps would really set a pace. Only 60 seconds for these athletes. Just to put it in perspective, 385 pounds just 16 or 17 years ago was the world's record.
Right.
And here we are in a qualifier with a 385-pound log. How many times can you clean and press it in a minute? So that just puts it in perspective how much strongman's come and how far it's come, and the fact that this is a world-class weight. There's no question that this is going to be a big event for Jerry.
380 pounds on the Slater log. He has 60 seconds to do as many repetitions as possible. Pritchett has been at the Arnold Strongman Classic in Columbus, Ohio every year since 2013. His best finish was third in 2017.
Wow.
So 1 rep good for Pritchett.
Very good. Notice how he just rolls it up and gets it up on his chest quickly.
Second rep is good for Jerry Pritchett.
Again, this is a little bit different. You have to clean it each rep, so that takes a lot of your shoulder power to get it up, and your arm strength and back strength. So it's not just repping out with it once you get it up. You got to keep moving with it.
Now, as they get weaker, as they move through these reps, as Pritchett goes for his third, what are the things they really need to pay attention to?
Well, where it really hits you is right in your midsections. Look at that. He got the lockout. He's actually getting stronger. I think that was a more solid rep than the second rep. Plus, too, you'll see a guy be shaky on a rep, and the next rep's better because they're actually finding that groove.
3 down for Pritchett. This is his 4th attempt in that 60-minute window, 60-second window, and he just can't quite press that one out. So far, 3 reps for Pritchett, and he's going to step away. A solid start for the man from Phoenix, Arizona.
Very solid start. Very impressive.
Jerry Pritchett leading things off with 3 reps, and you mentioned that his third one actually looked better than the second. What specifically did you like about that?
Well, he looked like he got his groove. He was a little bit out in front with the second one, and then that expends a little bit of energy. So it's really impressive to be able to come back. Good efficient clean. Right up, he's done a lot of these presses. Pushing up and then back. Excellent technique. Great technique. I'm sure he's happy with that, but I know he'd like to have a little bit more.
3 reps, a solid score for Jerry Pritchett. Up next, out of the United States, is going to be Wesley Claiborne. He's looking for his first career appearance, I should say, at the Arnold Strongman Classic in Columbus, Ohio.
I like Wesley. He reminds me of Benedict Magnusson, the great strongman from Iceland. He just has that approach, that look. He's a minimalist. He doesn't put on a lot of gear. He just comes out and does it.
First attempt for Wesley Claiborne, and that was easy.
Uh-oh, he's pulling the Kaliskowski. Remember that last year?
I do remember that. This looks exactly the same. 2 down quickly for Wesley Claiborne.
World record holder in the keg over a bar with 520 pounds. So handling an implement up high like that, wow, 3 reps.
So 3 is down for Claiborne. Now he's gone out quickly. He has 60 seconds. How important is pacing here?
Well, pacing is somewhat important, but you only have 60 seconds. That's really not a ton of time.
4th attempt for Claiborne.
There we go. Now he's going to have to go up. Well,
still plenty of time for Wesley Claiborne. He got 3 quick ones. He's tied with Jerry Pritchett for 3 successful reps, and he's going to call it. So Wesley Claiborne and Jerry Pritchett now both with 3 successful repetitions. And Claiborne's in the same boat as Brian Shaw and Martins Licis. If he wants to get to the Arnold Strongman Classic in March, he's got to win this entire competition.
Yes. I wonder if he expended a lot of energy that maybe if he had just pulled it to his chest and pressed up from there, he would have had that 4th repetition, because every single repetition is absolutely crucial as we try to sort out the competition.
So far, 2 men have gone. Both have successfully lifted that Slater log, 380 pounds, 3 times. Alexei Novikov is due up next. Now, Novikov is playing with house money. He is already qualified for the 2020 Arnold Strongman Classic. Did that as the 2019 Arnold South Africa champion. A youngster out of Kiev, Ukraine, just 24 years old. Last year in his debut in the pro division at the Arnold Strongman Classic, he finished 7th, and he had a couple of really impressive performances in events at that competition.
He actually won the Husafel carry, kind of shocked everybody. It'll be interesting to see how this young man, who's a fairly young competitor, will come out. I mean, this is $10,000 on the line. It is a professional competition. How much gas does he want to expend here? He always surprises us, though. He came in 7th last year, and that was after not being able to participate in one of the events.
So Novikov hits his first rep.
Excellent. He's very, very efficient movement up to the chest. He's done his homework.
2 are good.
I think he's good for 4. Let's watch. Shorter athletes tend to do a little better in this event, frankly.
Why is that?
Just less distance to cover upwards. Uh-oh, here we go.
Now Novikov starting to struggle with the press. Oh, he's not quite able to lock that one out.
I was impressed with the first 2. I'll tell you, you know where it really hits you? You think it hits you in the shoulders? It really hits you more in the midsection. Smack in the middle of your abdominal muscles. That's where it really tests you.
One more attempt now for Alexei Novikov. He has 2 good ones. This is his 4th attempt. And Novikov can't quite lock it out, and he's going to be done. So Alexei Novikov now slides into 2nd by himself, as Pritchett and Claiborne are both tied at 3 good reps.
Who's going to be the guy that gets that 4th rep or that 5th rep? Excellent job, efficient lift to the chest. Great power overhead. He pushes it really quickly up and back. But just as we said earlier, conserving your energy is very important. You looked really strong in those first 2 repetitions.
And that will bring up Brian Shaw.
Brian
trying to keep his streak of consecutive Arnold Strongman Classic appearances alive.
I think Brian's going to be good for that 4th repetition. Just his sheer body mass, even though he's a taller athlete, he's done a lot of this. I saw him in training. He pressed 505 pounds close grip on the bench press really easily. That's not this event, but it speaks a lot to his upper body strength. His pressing power is excellent. I think he's actually a 600-pound bench presser, and he doesn't even really train it that much.
Now, knowing the situation he is in of having to win this entire competition, what does he have to do here in event number 1 in order to mentally stay in things here?
Well, if he could finish in the top 3, which would put him further, deeper in that order for the 2nd event, mentally that's a huge bump, because then he can start to gauge the competition. For the farmer's walk, you need that extra inch. This is absolutely crucial, this fast start for Brian. It's crucial for all the athletes, but we keep talking about Brian and the fact that he's a perennial favorite.
Brian Shaw discussing some things with his coach. What do you think the 2 of them are talking about right now?
Get that thing up. I mean, this is just there's nothing really technically to say about this. He's done thousands of these repetitions. This is a weight he's well capable of doing. And last year he showed his pressing power still right on par at the World's Strongest Man competition, this is something that he's very schooled on.
From 2013 to 2018 at the Arnold Strongman Classic, Brian Shaw either finished 1st or 2nd.
That's a stranglehold on competition. And it's a little discouraging because he just coolly comes up, oh shucks, and he nails it. He's got some fire in his belly today. I'm really excited for Brian, actually. This is an opportunity to show that he's got it and still got it.
60 seconds for Brian Shaw. 3 successful repetitions, the score to beat. Shaw taking his time, setting up for the press here. And the first one is good.
Good rep. He needs to at least get 3 to stay in the pack.
Now with an implement this heavy, when you spend that much time trying to balance it, how does that affect you for the next rep? And now the second one looks to be struggling a little bit here.
He
Brian
does.
Shaw.
He does. This is shocking.
The second one is good, though.
It is. It really starts to take toll if you hold that thing too long in your chest. You want to get it up to your chest quickly. You want to set yourself and get it over your head. This will tell the tape for Brian today.
3rd attempt for Brian Shaw. First of 5 events here. And
there
that is good. Brian Shaw now tied for the lead with Jerry Pritchett and Wesley Claiborne.
Come on, Brian, get that last rep. Oh, that was it.
So Shaw's done. He is tied for first right now in this event, so a solid start for him. But
solid start.
We still have 9 competitors to go here. So Brian's going to have to sit and wait and hope that 3 reps is enough to at least keep him in the top 2 or 3 here.
A little disappointing, I think, for him because he wanted to get that great start. Really fishing up to his chest, but you see that he actually had kind of wobbled a bit on that first repetition. There you go. And then the second one, not quite as efficient, like pressing overhead, but holding that weight over your head like that, I can tell you, it feels like somebody's trying to press you through the earth.
JF Caron out of Canada coming up next. He is another athlete like Alexei Novikov who has already qualified for the Arnold Strongman Classic in March. He is the 2019 Arnold Classic Fort Warwick champion.
JF is a really intelligent man, actually has an academic background. And so he really thinks through these events. And just chatting with him yesterday, he really feels that these are good events to lead up to the Arnold, as they're heavy enough but not too heavy. He says, as he said, it's smart.
First attempt now for JF Caron. No one has been able to surpass 3 reps so far. And Caron struggling with the first.
A little surprised by that. He's actually quite good with pressing. A very experienced strongman.
Second attempt for JF Caron, and this one does count.
Good rep. This is when you look inside your soul. Where can I pull the energy out of my body to get this other repetition? That's the beauty of strongman. Finish it, lock it,
Caron
lock it.
trying to go for 2. That was his 3rd attempt. So you got to wonder where his energy level is at right now. He has just 1 successful repetition. Caron is just out of gas now, so he's done. So JF Caron made 4 attempts, got 1 successful repetition there. And certainly that first failed rep probably took a lot out of him.
Well, you don't know where he is in his training. I mean, he's coming here to compete, and maybe he's not peaked quite yet. He wants to peak at the Arnold Strongman Classic. A little disappointed last year he had an injury early. His repetition that he got, though, was quite good. He had a really efficient lift to his chest and got it over his head fairly quickly. I'm a bit surprised that he didn't get at least 2 reps.
So far, 3 men tied with 3 good reps. Jerry Pritchett, Wesley Claiborne, and Brian Shaw. Alexei Novikov all by himself in second with 2 successful reps, and it's JF Caron with 1 as Matjaz Belsak steps up to the 380-pound Slater log. Belsak is basically a lock to get to the Arnold Strongman Classic. He has 32 points in the standings. He's first and would really just need to have a ton of things go wrong here today in order for him not to be in Columbus, Ohio in March.
Again, this is a random pick start. They drew the names, so it's not necessarily the order of the better strongmen to start with. I'd be a little surprised if he doesn't get 2 or 3 reps, and that would put him in the driver's seat in the point standings.
Belsak has made 2 appearances so far at the Arnold Strongman Classic. His best finish was 5th last year as he goes for his first attempt, and that will count for the man from Slovenia.
He got it up to his chest okay, but a little bit out of the groove. I'd expect to see him push back a little more. In other words, tilt the log back and get his hands, get his elbows a little more perpendicular to the floor, and that puts you in a position to really push back with that log. And again, this is 385 pounds. This is hugely world class.
Yeah, Belsak more than halfway through his 60-second window, and this is his 2nd attempt. And Belsak is going to settle for 1 good rep. He and JF Caron now tied with 1 each. Belsak certainly took his time here. It was pretty clear he knew that this was not going to be his event, just wanted to be as efficient as he possibly could.
So here he is. He comes up pretty efficient, but he's just wobbling. And I can tell you that feels like 1,000,000 pounds, and it just kind of chokes you out. You know, you hear about the Valsalva maneuver. You get lightheaded. You've got this enormous weight right high up on your chest. He did have good position, though. He had his elbows a little more perpendicular, and his hands were positioned to push back. He just didn't have the diesel to make it go over.
Eddie Williams out of Australia is next. Nicknamed the Tank.
He is a thick individual, coming from Australia, South Sea Island pedigree. But he's not going to sing his way out of this. He's got to perform. He's got to get that log over his head.
The first attempt for Eddie Williams, and if you are a fan of nationally televised talent shows, Eddie Williams was on America's Got Talent, the champions, and he lifted some Atlas stones and then sang, and he was really good.
He needs to get this log over his head. He cannot blank on this. That would put him way far back.
Second attempt here for Williams, and he can't lock that one out either. And he's going to finish without a successful repetition.
I have to wonder if there was a little back issue, because he kind of bailed out. He just sort of said, I'm done, or he just hasn't had really good log pressing training recently.
Bill, what went wrong here with Eddie Williams?
Well, he does get the log up pretty quickly, but I think he has a low set on that. I think he should try to maybe get a little bit higher up. His elbows could be a little bit more perpendicular to the floor, and that'll put his hands in position to push back more efficiently.
Eddie Williams leaves without a successful repetition. Now Martins Licis is up next. Licis last year won this event. Looking to repeat that performance here, and he needs to, again, Martins Licis has to win this competition to earn a spot at the Arnold Strongman Classic. 3 reps, that's the score to beat. 3 men have done it so far.
If he gets 4 reps, this will put him in the driver's seat, because that'll put him near the bottom of the order on the next event, and he'll be able to gauge his competition. His handler there, great guy, strong man. They train together, and there's nothing to tell him. Just say, get out there, let's go, come on. Crank it up. Martin's mental strength is the best part of his game. He comes physically ready. Let's see how this shoulder holds up.
60 seconds for Martins Licis' first attempt. First one good for Martins Licis.
That looked great. A little wobbly on the first rep.
Right to work now on attempt number 2.
Whoa, there he goes.
2 for Martins Licis.
That was mental. That was his will. He didn't dump that. He just stayed under it. He's got to get this rep. He's got to stay in this pack.
This would tie him for the lead if he hits this lift. 3 for Martins Licis.
Rep. Best rep.
16 seconds to go. He's going to have to hurry now to take the outright lead in event number 1.
This will put him in the driver's seat. Does he have it? It's up.
Licis just can't quite lock it out, but he is tied for the lead in this event. The man that he is dueling with, Brian Shaw, also had 3. So far, no harm done to either one of those individuals.
No, and I think Jerry probably was a little disappointed to start off with. I know he probably wanted more, like 4 or 5 reps, but that's really holding water right now.
And Martins looked like he was a little faster with that log up to his chest.
Yes, he was, and I think being a little bit shaky, great pushing back. He was a little bit shaky when he got that first rep up. You also warm up on a different implement, so it's a little bit rounder, a little bit more narrow, and you have to gauge yourself. So that's why you're seeing better second reps out of the guys getting 3. And that was mental right there, just to stay underneath that and push it all the way through.
It's just been a challenge for these athletes.
Jitsi Kramer from the Netherlands is up next. And before he found Strongman, he was a tennis player from the age of 8 to 19 and then started competing in Strongman in 2009.
Well, being a good athlete is absolutely necessary. to be a great strongman. So I think that just speaks to his athleticism. Really tall. He looks bigger to me this year. Don't you think, Sean?
He didn't actually end up competing last year. I think he bowed out pretty early in the competition. He's listed at 6'4", 330 pounds, but you're right, he does look probably bigger than that as he gets to work here on his first attempt on that 380-pound Slater log.
He needs a rep.
And he's going to bail out of the first one.
I have to ask the question, do these guys do their homework with the log if they have difficulty with it at the top? But it is 385 pounds. I keep saying that, but it's truly a world-class weight.
Second attempt for Kramer, and he's not going to be able to get a successful lift, and he will exit the stage and hope he can improve in event number 2.
So basically, he had a pretty good clean to his chest. A little uncertain, gets it up, but he doesn't even get it over his face, which you've got to really get it over your nose with your hands in that position next to your head to have a chance to finish the press out. And that's where Martin's drawn his great experience. When he got it to that point, he was able to push back and finish it out. So unfortunately, I'd have to say that Kramer wasn't even close on that one.
A packed house here at the Santa Monica Pier for this Arnold Strongman USA competition. The final qualifier for the Arnold Strongman Classic in Columbus, Ohio in March, and that'll bring out Maxime Boudreau out of Canada.
Maxime's been around for a while. He was around in the about 7 or 8 years ago. Great grip strength.
First attempt for Maxime Boudreau, and that is no problem for him.
That was beautiful. That's what you want. Super quick to the chest, saving your energy to get it over your head, locking out. Referee gives him a down signal.
And immediately to number 3, this would tie him for the lead. And that is good, so Maxime Boudreau has plenty of time. He may have plenty of gas left here. This is attempt number 4.
Yes.
And Boudreau will hit that, and he is your new leader in event number 1.
Wow. Okay, maybe he's the guy that's going to throw the lightning bolt on this whole thing. Come out of nowhere.
Boudreau is tied for 7th with 9 total points. Going for 5. And Boudreau will hit it.
Nice. Love it.
Huge statement made early here by Maxime Boudreau.
I did not see that coming, I'll be honest with you.
We talked earlier about spoilers and monkey wrenches, and Maxime Boudreau early on looks to be just that.
I saw him early in his career, and he was really terrific, but I didn't see this coming, honestly.
Take a look at his last rep here.
Wow, so quick to his chest. One thing we haven't talked about, notice how he really threw his head back to finish that to the top. Sort of like when you do a clean or a snatch, when you throw your head back and develop that momentum at the top of the pull. Finish your pull. And that's something that a couple of guys haven't done, so they find themselves in bad position and start to press, but that was shoulder superiority, Sean.
That was Kelishkovsky-esque, like we saw him last year. Just grip that thing and rip through it. 5 good reps for Maxime Boudreau, solidly in the driver's seat here in the first of 5 events. And that'll bring up Rob Kearney. He has already qualified for the Arnold Strongman Classic. Did that as the 2019 Arnold Sports Festival Australia champion.
Well, 60 seconds separate him between starting fast and having a tough start. But he has had great training with the log. It wouldn't surprise me if he got 4 reps, possibly 5.
First attempt here for Rob Kearney out of the United States. 1 is easy for Kearney.
Easy. He's had great training with this implement, as we said. Super efficient. One of the shorter athletes, that's going to help him.
Second attempt is good for Rob Kearney. 40 seconds to go.
Absolutely perfect. Perpendicular upper arm to the floor. Lots of room to push
3.
back.
And he is now just halfway through his 60-second window.
Well, he's already qualified, but so he's here He's here because this is a professional competition. He's a professional. He wants to put out his best. Whoa.
And Kearney will hit 4.
A little bit of a jerk technique with that, throwing that leg back. That's legal.
Trying to tie Maxime Boudreau at 5. And Kearney does not look like he's going to get credit for it, but he is solidly in second place by himself. 4 good reps for Rob Kearney.
Fantastic effort. I mean, that was just as close as you can get to tie things up. But it still puts him in that top echelon going into the second event.
Rob Kearney started quickly and looked like he might have Maxime Boudreau in his sights.
And that was the repetition where he threw that leg back and got a little extra into it to get it over his head, to kind of like a jerk technique. He's done his homework and he's really strong. How close can you get?
Just didn't show enough control at the top to get credit for the rep, but
well, as an athlete, he's going to remember that repetition for the rest of his life.
Yeah, more than the 4 that he hit.
Yes.
That last one kept him from a tie for first with Maxime Boudreau, but Rob Kearney now solidly in second place here in event number 1. Rano Heinla out of Estonia is coming up next. 23 points, third place overall in the standings.
Rano's good at this event. My recollection, every time I've seen him compete in log, he's pretty efficient to the chest.
First attempt for Rano Heinla.
Excellent.
No problem.
Excellent. Static events are his forte.
Here's attempt number 2 for Heinla. And that is good.
Rano Heinla, he could have 5.
Trying to chase down Jerry Pritchett. He trails Pritchett by 3 points in the standings to ensure himself a spot at the Arnold Strongman Classic. Heinla's got to finish ahead of Pritchett and leapfrog him in those standings. He has 3 good reps, so he has tied Pritchett's score right now.
Yes, and this is going to pan out because this will definitely, if he gets his 4th repetition, that puts him in the top 3 athletes that would go in the next event. Excellent. Oh,
Heinla's got to stabilize it.
Got it.
And he will get it, and that will count. So 4 good reps now for Rano Heinla. 3 seconds to go. Doesn't look like he's going to have time for another attempt, but he does beat Jerry Pritchett.
Yes.
By 1 rep,
yes.
And he ties Rob Kearney for second in this event.
Precious repetitions, I'll tell you.
One more look at an impressive performance from Rano Heinla.
Excellent to the chest, really, really efficient. Pushes straight back. And then he's got the upper body strength of hang on to that weight, lock it out.
That will bring up Casey Garrison, who, like myself, Bill, attended San Francisco State University, so had a fellow alumni out there on the floor.
I believe he was a baseball player.
He did. He was drafted by, he played some ball. He was drafted by the Pittsburgh Pirates. Never played for the pro organization, but he was in the minor leagues for 3 years. Played for the Macon Music, the Chico Outlaws, and the Long Beach Armada, and he finished with a career batting average of .290.
We'll see if he can use his athleticism here. I know he's really great with strength endurance events. Let's see if he's good with this log.
Garrison, another athlete like Sean Licis, who's got to win this whole competition to get to the Arnold Strongman Classic. He is the final athlete to go here. This is his first attempt. And the first rep is good.
That's quite good. That automatically puts him up with several of the other athletes. A second repetition will be terrific here. That would put him at least in the top half and no further than the second half of the athletes likely.
Garrison out of Redding, California.
He sets himself, he's pacing himself to get 2 reps. Mentally, he had 2 reps in his head.
Second attempt misses the press. So Garrison now starting to run out of time. 1 good rep so far.
He's going to set himself up. Try to get it to his chest quickly. Run out of time. This is it.
The final attempt
Up and back.
And Claiborne's not going to be able, or Garrison, pardon me, he's not going to be able to get it. So Garrison leaves the floor with one good rep. And with that, we are done with event number 1. And it's going to be Maxime Boudreau. No one really saw that one coming.
No, we didn't. And I love it. I love to see
number 1.
Okay, so Garrison gets it up to his chest pretty quickly. But just cannot get it up over his face. And that's the idea. You got to get it over your head. But he did get a repetition.
So one good rep for Casey Garrison, but it was Maxime Boudreau who kind of came out of nowhere here and just ripped through 5 repetitions. One more look at his winning performance here.
He was the fastest to his chest. I mean, minus watching the athlete who just put it right overhead, but he's very efficient to the chest. A lot of upper body strength, the ability to lock out like that. But again, a lot of this is really centered in the middle of your body. So I'm sure if I talked to him, he would have a lot to say about what he's done to make his midsection really strong. There we go.
And that was the final rep.
Wow, that is unbelievable.
That was 4, pardon me. He looked so good. And then on 5,
he looked better. He had his groove. He had his hands in front of him. That was terrific.
Maxime
what a great
Boudreau
effort.
wins the event. He is with Margot Alvarez.
And the crowd was electric. How do you keep that momentum going forward?
You guys better be ready because I'm going for that final place. That last spot for Ohio, I'll be there.
Awesome. Well, we're excited to watch you. Congratulations again. Look forward to watching you the next 4 events.
Perfect. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, guys. Back to you.
Thanks, Margot. Maxime Boudreau still trying to catch his breath after 5 good reps at 380 pounds. So a surprising start here to the Arnold Strongman USA.
Very surprising. And I really expected Boudreau to have a strong farmer's walk and probably a sandbag. Long athlete. He's Canadian, so he'll have a great grip. The Canadians are just always big, rugged fellows with great grips. So I expected to see those events, but I did not see that coming. I didn't really talk to him about his pressing training as much. So I really feel that was a surprise, and that's what we're here for. We want to see a surprise. We want to see somebody come out with a supreme effort.
One event down here at the Arnold Strongman USA, and it's Maxime Boudreau who's going to find himself atop the overall leaderboard at this event. We're going to step aside, take a quick break. The fittest firefighters are going to be out on the floor competing. You can be able to watch that. We'll take a break. We're going to be back with you for event number 2, the Farmer's Walk. So keep it right here on the Rogue Iron Game. destiny arrives all the same. Beautiful day here in sunny Santa Monica, California. No surprise there, but we had a big surprise in event number 1 of the Arnold Strongman USA. Thanks for being with us, everybody, here at the Santa Monica Pier in Southern California on the Rogue Iron Game. I'm Sean Woodland with Dr. Bill Crawford. That first event did not go as we had expected.
No, it did not. I think that shockwave that Boudreaux threw at us was fantastic. I love to see somebody come out of nowhere and make us, the experts, wrong.
That's why we stand here, and that's why they do what they do. Let's take a look at the standings now. After one event, and it is Maxime Boudreaux who sits atop the leaderboard with 13 points for that victory. So Ronald Heinle and Rob Kearney, they both tied with 4 reps. The way they figure out 11.5 is they take the points for second and third, they add them together, they divide them by 2. Same things with spots 4 through 7. All of those individuals tied with 3 reps. And it's Matjaz Belsak in 10th place with 4 points. A couple of other athletes are on the leaderboard, but they did not get a successful rep, so they are outside of the top 10. Ronald Heinle had a great performance in event 1, and he spoke with Margot Alvarez earlier.
Thanks, guys. You got a total of 4 reps in that first event. How did you feel about it?
Actually, I was surprised because 2 weeks ago I couldn't do 1 rep in training because I got 1 month ago my elbow surgery, and now it started coming back, and I was very happy about this result.
That's awesome. Congratulations. How was the energy in the crowd? Did you feel like it pumped you up?
You know, there is 2 kind of people. One guy who's lifting huge weight in gym, and another guy whose crowd helps to lift more. And for me, crowd always helps to lift more.
That's awesome.
It's awesome, yeah.
Congratulations. Thank you so much for your time. Sean?
Thank you, Margot. We were talking about it before we came on here, but that 1 extra rep that Rana was able to get accomplished, I mean, that made a huge difference for him.
That absolutely did. That puts him in good stead with the point standing. And I think also, too, what it does, it sends a message that he's on top of his game. Just his comments there that he's come back from an injury that he was feeling a little bit shows that his experience and our knowledge of him as a presser really came through.
Event number 2, a little bit different than event number 1. We had a static event in event number 1. We're going to be moving around a little bit here in event number 2. It is the Farmer's Walk, and they're going to be paired head-to-head. It's not a bracket-style event. The fastest time is going to win. 60-second time limit, and the logs 400 pounds, not together, but each. What are the keys to doing well in this event?
The main thing you've got to do is you've got to put your hands on it and really have strong hands. In other words, grip tight. And then you've also got to move your feet really quickly. That's in general for Farmer's Walk. One of the problems with this Farmer's Walk is you walk 30 feet, you put down, you turn around and come back. And that stand-up is going to crush a lot of guys. You're going to see failure just being able to stand up and come back. Mm-hmm. That's going to be a very key. So the big deadlifters are going to have an advantage in that position.
Remember, those logs, 400 pounds each, not together. Who are you going to be keeping an eye on now in event number 2?
Well, Martins has that great motor. We talk about his ability to have great strength endurance. The components of Strongman are static events and then explosive events, but then strength endurance is a big piece of it. And this is going to be an event that's going to really be absolutely perfect for him.
And Martins Licis in event number 1 had 3 reps. Did not win the event, but it did keep him right next to Brian Shaw, who also had 3 reps. So the 2 of them didn't make a ton of noise in that first event, but neither one of them damaged his chances of getting to the Arnold Strongman Classic.
Consistency. You can't fall back. They're just 5 events. So if you find yourself in that top 4 or 5 guys after that first event, you know you're in striking distance. That's what we talk about. That's when you have maybe the other top 2 guys are right now, they stumble a bit. Mm-hmm. but you're in striking distance. Your experience and your ability to continue to be consistent in all the events, and that's where Martins and Bryan are really going to make a difference.
Let's take a look at the starting grid, the order of competitors here for event number 2. They are going to be paired together. Again, it's not a bracket-style event, but the top time will win. The only man who will be going by himself is Eddie Williams because we have an odd number of competitors, but then every man after that will be paired together. 60-second time limit on this thing. And Williams is a guy who finds himself at the bottom of the standings. He has a lot of work to do, but you can bet that Brian Shaw and Martins Licis will be keeping a close eye on one another, not going together, but basically right after each other. So they will be able to know what they need to do. Eddie Williams out of Australia is going to be up first, again, by himself.
Well, Eddie's really good with the farmer's walk from what I know of him. And I think he wants to redeem himself. He didn't get a repetition in the log, and as a professional, that makes you feel like, I'm going to show everybody I belong here. He didn't travel all the way from down under just to not have the chance to really show who he is and what he can do. Look at the massive frame on that man. Just an unbelievable specimen when you stand next to him. You don't really see it on the camera, but he's a terrifically large person.
So Eddie Williams, who didn't have the start that he was looking for in this competition, and as a result, he will be the first man out on the competition floor. 400 pounds in each hand, 60-second time limit. They have to go down and back.
Pretty good up.
And Williams is off on his first trip down the floor, and as Bill said earlier, he has to put them down when he crosses the line, then turn around and pick them back up. Williams is to the first line. Plenty of time left. Now his trip back.
He's focusing on his hands. He's keeping his feet moving because every step is time. And we talk about outrunning your grip, and that's a lot of what you're trying to do.
Eddie Williams is in. We'll have to wait on his official time, but pretty good effort there. Only had to put those things down a couple of times.
Yes. It's good time, 30 seconds. I think it's going to be the person that was a pretty tough break for him to have a drop right before he finished that first lap, but he really came on really strongly that second lap. And he picked it up very easily too. Very key.
Eddie Williams is done. And we're going to have to wait on official times being kept on the floor. But we will do our best to see who is the fastest here. So Eddie was about 28 seconds. Give or take, as he crossed the finish line before we hit that 30-second mark. So he gets Kramer and Jean-Francois Caron. As a look at Kramer, will be paired together. And what's it like in an event like this when you have someone to chase? How does that affect you?
Well, you kind of have a person to gauge yourself against, and you're running against the clock, but it is great to have somebody next to you. It can be deceiving, though, because if the other guy's really not going as fast as you think he is, and there's another time out there. So it looks great for the crowd, but honestly, you're just going as fast as possible.
Eddie Williams' official time, 26 seconds. Jean-Francois Caron and Jitsi Kramer are up next. Caron is on the right, and Kramer is on the left.
JF's Canadian. He'll have a good grip. He'll do well with this.
Another two men who are looking to climb their way up the standings here. As in event number 1, Kramer did not get a successful lift on that Slater log, and JF Caron was only able to get one. They're off. And it's Caron who's in the early lead, and Caron looking to get all the way across the floor in one attempt, and he does, as does Kramer. Caron now on the trip back, and he is ahead of Kramer, and Caron moving quickly, and he is through.
Great time, really good time.
That will definitely be the top time as Kramer has finished. JF Caron, the early mark to beat here. That was a blistering pace.
He didn't waver at all, and he had an easy pickup on the second lap. Really fantastic.
One more look at it. JF Caron on the way back was just as fast as he was on the way down and never put those things down until he got across the finish line.
He's focused on his hands. He's moving his feet really quickly. those are the keys.
Matjaz Belsak and Casey Garrison up next.
Matjaz finds himself kind of in a little deeper hole than he wanted to here. I think he really needs to close that gap because Jerry and Rano kind of took a little bit more leverage against him here. So he needs to have a good showing on this one.
Casey Garrison will take the floor.
Matjaz told me he was born strong. So let's see if he can live up to that.
14.62 seconds from JF Caron is your new time to beat.
That is really fast.
Almost twice as fast as Eddie Williams.
That is really fast. That's going to be a tough time to beat.
Matjaz Belsak out of Slovenia. A man who is, again, really almost, I don't want to say assured, but his chances of making it to the Arnold Strongman Classic in March are really good. He's atop the overall point standings with 32 points. Jerry Pritchett is second with 26. The top two in the point standings after this qualified to the Arnold Strongman Classic. So Belsak looking pretty solid here as heat number 3 is underway. Both of the men already have those logs down. So
early drops.
You put that thing down once now, you're not going to have a chance to beat JF Caron.
That's tough. That's a really tough break. This is early drops, and they're still struggling to make that first lap.
Actually holding on to the weight while moving seems to be the challenge.
Garrison has those logs a lot, but isn't able to make any progress. Belsak with a couple of feet. So now both of these men are just going to try to finish this thing inside that 60-second time cap.
They do not want to burn themselves out completely on
Now, at what point, knowing that you have 3 events left, at what point does it become just not worth it to expend any extra energy and just save yourself for the rest of the competition?
Well, if you've already qualified, great, but Matjaz finds himself in a hole here. I think if Rano and Jerry, which I expect them both to do well with this event, he could find himself really looking at the bottom.
Neither Belsak nor Garrison are able to finish inside the 60-second time cap. And that leaves Jean-Francois Caron still as your leader, 14.62 seconds. So essentially, if you put those things down, you are not going to hit that time because Caron was shot out of a cannon.
Yes, and finishing is king. They're going to measure the distance, and they'll just go off the distance to put them in the placement they're going to get.
One more look, and you couldn't get a more opposite heat from what we just saw than the prior heat.
No, and they really struggled just to get them up. So it's hard to have your feet move if you're struggling just to get it up. I think they pulled a little too much for the lower back. You want to get your hips down and push the floor down and away from yourself so that when you stand up, your back's under you. So that's a flaw in technique, frankly.
Up next will be Alexei Novikov and Jerry Pritchett. This is the 4th heat. Again, this is not a bracket style event. The top time wins. Right now, that top time does belong to JF Caron, 14.62 seconds. Jerry Pritchett getting set for his run, as is Alexei Novikov.
Jerry's very experienced, and he has great hand strength, obviously his back strength. I mean, just getting these things up, that's really going to be a massive advantage, being able to stand up with these quickly.
And Pritchett has been to the Arnold Strongman Classic every year since 2013. Best finished in 2017 when he took 3rd. And Alexei Novikov last year made his first appearance as a pro, and he took 7th.
Jerry's also great at the frame carry at the Arnold. We'll see that event again this year, which is really, really heavy up a ramp. So I've got a feeling that both these guys are going to be smoking. This is going to be a race. This is an exciting pairing.
We're underway, and Pritchett out early. Novikov has the logs down. Pritchett's going to make it, and he'll make the turn. They just have to get to the line. For Pritchett,
he's got it.
And with that drop, is not going to chase down JF Caron, but he will be in 2nd place with a time around 17 seconds. And Novikov still working.
A little surprised that Alexei finds himself in this place because he's typically really good with the strength endurance events.
And Novikov's going to look like he's going to call it, checking out his hands a little bit. again, those logs weigh 400 pounds each as he gets some congratulations from Jerry Pritchett for a good effort. But Jerry Pritchett now solidly in second place in this event, unofficially around 17 seconds.
Jerry's having the strong performance that we talked about. He's going to find himself right up in the striking distance at the end of this. Great foot movement. Even though he had a put down, he lifts it very easily. His prodigious back strength just really helped him there. He just didn't waste very much time at all.
Novikov struggling on the right. He was unable to finish. But Jerry Pritchett now in second place behind Jean-Francois Caron, still the time to beat at 14.62 seconds. And that will bring out Wesley Claiborne and Brian Shaw.
Wesley's good with odd implements, and Brian is very experienced with farmer's walk.
Wesley Claiborne started off the Slater log press. He was the first man out on the floor and hit 3 successful reps. So he's in that group of 4 athletes who are all tied with 8.5 points coming into this event.
He's a minimalist. Look, just throws on a belt, walks out.
360. And Claiborne will be going up against the legendary Brian Shaw.
Claiborne is kind of underrated a little bit.
I would have to say so. America's strongest man. You know, a lot of people are saying, where's Trey Williams? You know, where's Trey? Trey's not here, and that's why. So this man actually was able to come up and win that event. So he's underrated because we didn't really talk about America's strongest man that much, but in my mind, he's got the pedigree and really belongs here.
Brian Shaw would love to chase down Jean-Francois Caron's time of 14.62 seconds and move himself closer to the top of the overall leaderboard here.
This is where I expect both Brian and Martins to start to show their mettle. High pressure event, an event they've done a million times with a lot of weight.
Brian Shaw will be on the left, and it's Claiborne on the right.
It's getting a little bit warm here today, Sean.
The sun is out. There's a bit of a breeze cooling things down, but on that competition floor, there is no shade.
You're a big man and you're working hard. It's pretty tough.
Claiborne and Shaw look like they are ready.
Massive weights.
It's the 5th heat. And we are underway. Both men no problem getting those things lifted up. And there goes Brian Shaw. Claiborne already has it down. Shaw's across for his first length, and he will make the turn. He is behind JF Caron's pace, but Shaw is now trying to chase down Jerry Pritchett's time. Pritchett looks like he's going to stay in second. Brian Shaw.
Oh, that was a tough drop.
Is going to be close to Eddie Williams, but it looks like he got in ahead of him. So Brian Shaw, unofficially 3rd place now in this event. Got to wait for the official time, though. He was really close to Eddie Williams' time.
That was a tough drop because that could have put 2 or 3 seconds on.
And every point is precious for Brian Shaw. Again, he has to win this competition to get himself to the Arnold Strongman Classic. Shaw got off to a great start, but the drop just made a big difference.
But he got his hips down and was able to pick it up quickly and just get it over. He finished well. That was important.
Up next, it's Martins Licis and Rob Kearney.
We almost had a head-to-head with Brian and Martins, so this is where I expect to see Martins just come on. He's going to put his stranglehold on this competition with this event.
So Licis obviously would love the time to beat because that would go a long way towards putting him atop the overall leaderboard. But if he can beat Brian Shaw, he'll start to get a little distance between the two of them. Rob Kearney, very impressive in event number 1. One of 2 men to lift that Slater log 4 times.
With a strength endurance event like this, I have to ask, how much does Rob want this? He's already qualified. He's not going to do anything that's going to jeopardize his chances.
Now we are underway, and Martins Licis sprinting down the floor. First length is done, makes the turn in about 8 seconds. Licis on his way back. And Matjaz Belsak may have just beaten JF Caron. We'll have to wait for the official time, and it looks like Matjaz Belsak was in at about 13 and change.
That's exactly what I think we were talking about.
Rob Kearney is still working, but Matjaz Belsak, with one heat left, is staring at an event win here. When he made the turn, it didn't look like he was going to be able to chase down JF Caron, but his second length better than the first.
Look at his hands. He's got just massive, strong hands. He trains with Ode Haugen, who's known for his grip. He's also a Moss wrestling champion. His hands were not going to fail him. He's very athletic, kept his feet moving, and that's what the result was.
And Arnold Schwarzenegger in the crowd. I'm sure he had to be impressed by that performance. 13.85 seconds for Matjaz Belsak. And Sofia Vergara is front row as well. Same thing as we saw last year. A lot of celebrities coming out to check out this competition in person.
Well, it just shows the appeal of strongman. Strongman's a great sport. Arnold loves it because he really cites bodybuilding and strongman to have its same origins over 100 years ago. So for him, this is a dream come true.
Final heat is up next. It's Rano Heinle and Maxime Boudreau. Boudreau, your overall leader, with 13 points after one event. The time to beat is 13.85 seconds from Matjaz Belsak.
I'll be honest with you, Boudreau is Canadian. As I said before, they've got great grips. We saw JF's performance. And on the same side, Rano is a great deadlifter.
And we spent a lot of time talking about, Licis and Shaw having to win. Maxime Boudreau, he's got to win too to get himself to the Arnold Strongman Classic. So a lot of guys are really swinging for the fences here early.
He's come prepared. There's no question about that. He showed that in the first event.
Boudreau and Heinle, and they are underway. And Boudreau off to a great start. He will make it all the way down without putting them down once, and now the logs are back up, and here comes Maxime Boudreau. And this one is going to be extremely close.
Wow.
And it looks like, judging by his reaction, that he may have beaten Matjaz Belsak. We're going to have to wait for the official time, but Boudreau really happy with his result. 12.87 seconds, so 2 for 2 for Maxime Boudreau.
That is unbelievable.
And Rano Heinle is struggling. The Heinle was one of the men tied for second place overall. So it looks like Matjaz Belsak is at least going to gain ground on Heinle and move up, but someone forgot to tell Maxime Boudreau that this day was supposed to belong to Belsak and Shaw.
I love this. This is exactly what we're looking for. Look at that great grip. Very athletic. He's tall. I think he's going to do great in the next event, too.
Let's go down to Margot Alvarez, who is with your event winner and overall leader, Maxime Boudreau. We do not have Margot right now. They have not quite roped in Maxime Boudreau. Now they have found him. Now we have Margot Alvarez down to the competition floor with them.
Thanks, guys. We just finished event 2. You're going head-to-head with athletes. Is that push you, or are you focused on the clock?
Eh?
Do you like pushing yourself against the other competitor, or are you focused on the clock when you're going head-to-head like this?
I just focus on one objective, and it's to win today.
That's awesome.
I can.
You did 2 event wins back-to-back. How does you keep this momentum going into this next event?
Well, our next event is my favorite, so let's have fun.
Well, good luck to you. Good luck. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Margot. Maxime Boudreau is focused here. He is a man on a mission, and you can tell just by looking at him.
Well, he told us that the next event's his favorite event. So if he finds himself as the winner of the first 2 events and a top couple of 3 guys, we could have the guy throwing the gauntlet down to say, okay, this is mine. The last 2 events are going to really decide this. And I don't see him slipping because the last 2 events are pulling and also walking again. They look like that's his strength.
So one more look at Maxime Boudreau. Again, it was extremely close with Martins Licis. 12.87 seconds. You know, coming in, we didn't talk a whole lot about this guy, but now he's going to be the focus for the remainder of the competition.
I expect him to do well in this. He's got a great grip. In my notes and my knowledge of him, I didn't see the log press as being his strong point, but he just absolutely smoked this event.
And Maxime Boudreau knows that he beats Martins Licis with that time, so 12.87 seconds. 2 straight wins for Maxime Boudreau. We only have 3 events left, so Licis and Shaw are going to have to track that man down and do it in a hurry. We're going to take a break. When we come back, event number 3, and Maxime Boudreau says it's his favorite. It's the bag over the bar. Keep it right here on the Rogue Iron Game. The Rogue Iron Game is brought to you by GoRuck. Founded by a Green Beret, GoRuck is an American brand with Special Forces roots. destiny arrives all the same. The Arnold Strongman USA continues here in Santa Monica, California. We are through 2 events. 3 events remain, and so far we've had 2 big surprises in the form of Maxime Boudreau. He is a perfect 2 for 2 today. Thanks for staying with us, everybody, here on a beautiful Saturday afternoon in Southern California. Sean Woodland and Dr. Bill Crawford. Margo Alvarez will be joining us here in a second as well on the Rogue Iron Game. We don't have the updated point standings, but we do know a couple things. Maxime Boudreau has a perfect 26 out of 26 points. If this field isn't careful, he's going to run away with this thing.
He's in the driver's seat, and if he has a great performance in this next event, it's going to be really tough to catch him. I think what's really been surprising is that he said, I'm going to do well in this next event, and he delivered.
This is one of his favorite events. Now, Martins Licis, meanwhile, has overtaken or passed Brian Shaw in the overall standing. So he is the guy that really has the best chance right now of tracking down Maxime Boudreau. And Margo Alvarez spoke with the Dragon earlier.
Thanks, Sean. We have 2 events down. Going to the 3rd event, how are you feeling?
So the 3rd event, I know Max Boudreau is incredible at this next event. I just need him to make sure I get somewhere in the midfield or in the top 3rd field, so that way his and my points don't get too far ahead. Then I'm going to need to close in and finish by winning the last 2 events, which are my best events. I got this. Focus forward.
So with your training leading up to this event, is that something you focus on, those last 2 events? Are you prepared as much as you can physically, mentally for it?
You bet I am prepared. Those are my best 2 events, so I'm excited. I just need to make sure I do well in this next one to make sure that I'm right there, and then I could pass them right at the end.
Perfect. Thank you, Martins. Back to you.
Thank you, Margo. Martins Licis, again, you're very familiar with his training. You talk to his coach all the time. He's been actually training close grip snatch for this event. How does that help him now in this upcoming event?
Well, look at the event. It actually is an old throwers exercise, particularly for Highland Games, where you want to have a lot of center movement upwards, and the close grip snatch replicates that. That way you don't have to just have the smaller implement. You can actually drive the weight up. Moving that kind of weight quickly builds a lot of power.
Maxime Boudreau really was not on the radar coming into this event. Now he is smack dab in the center of this entire stage. What has impressed you the most about what you've seen from him so far?
Dominance. He's absolutely closed this down. If he does great on this event, we might see him at the Arnold Strongman Classic. And I expect him to do very well there. Those events would match up well for him as well.
Really impressive in that last event with a time of 12.87 seconds to win his 2nd straight event. Event number 3, and Maxime has said, I love this event. It's my favorite, is the bag over bar. They're going to have 60 seconds in which to throw 5 different bags over a 15-foot bar. They start at 50 pounds. They move to 60, then 70, 75, and then finally 80 pounds. And again, just 1 minute to get through all of that work. Bill, what are the keys here?
The keys are being able to get your hips down and have fast hips. Down top to bottom, bottom to top. Also, it's an accurate throw. If it doesn't clear the bar, it doesn't matter how high you throw it. You got to get it over the bar. An accurate throw is very important.
Let's take a look at the order of the competitors now, and they will go in reverse order of the overall standings. So that means that Maxime Boudreau, who is a perfect 2 for 2, is going to go last. Up first will be Wesley Claiborne, followed by Rano Heinla, and then Casey Garrison. So Martins Licis gets to go after Brian Shaw. So that's good for Licis, but it's Maxime Boudreau. And you talked about this earlier. He has the advantage because he will know exactly what he needs to do when he's the last man to step out on the floor.
Absolutely, and we've talked about Martins and the bag over bar being the one event, and he even himself and his coach, Ode Haugen, have said this is the place where he's going to have to really do better than he thinks he is, because He's not great at it.
Wesley Claiborne will kick things off, but Martins Licis really cannot afford to let Maxime Boudreau beat him by too much. He's got to stay close if he wants to keep Boudreau within striking distance. Right now, based on this order, Martins Licis has moved at least into second place, at least into a tie. We don't have the official standings, but because he's going second to last, that does mean that he is at least tied for second place. Jean-Francois Caron moved up the standings as well with a great performance. He had the early time to beat it around 14 seconds.
I would look to see after this event how many points, obviously, that Maxime would be ahead possibly. And then the deadlift is going to come down to having help from other athletes. In other words, if Maxime doesn't have a great deadlift or a great performance, Licis is going to have a great performance, and he needs guys to come up and separate and catch him back up so that you get to the last event in second place or tied for first or maybe in first, and that's where Martins is looking to be.
So we've been through Maxime Boudreau, talked about him, talked about Martins Licis. Earlier in the day when we first kicked things off here, you said you're going to be keeping an eye on both Kramer and Shaw. Let's start with Kramer. What does he like about this event?
Well, Kramer is Dutch, so Dutch guys are really great at throwing the weights for height, and he does have a track record. He has records in the bag over bar in strongman competitions in Holland, and I've followed that for some time from him. And also Shaw is tall and does have world records in the past with implements over a bar, kegs and different types of weights. So I would look for him to also have a great performance. But Boudreau says, hey, this is my favorite and I'm good at it. After today, I've got to put credence in what he's saying.
Yeah, he's definitely backing it up. Who are some other athletes now who could maybe make some noise here and keep Maxime Boudreau from going 3 for 3?
Oh, I have to say that if Boudreau does close this in, it's going to be tough. But I do think that Jerry Pritchett does have the ability to have a good event with this one. And we're talking about point standing. So Jerry does have that other advantage of being in the points race and not having to win this whole thing. So he does have a good track record with having weight for height. So I'd expect to see Jerry.
When we've seen this event in the past, it's usually, every man throws one bag and then they move on and then every man does the next one. It's a different format here where they have a minute now to throw 5 different bags. How does the different format affect the way that they're going to attack this event?
Well, maybe a little bit of conditioning has something to do with it, but the main thing is a lot of it is you got to have fast hips and get the weight high, but the biggest piece is you got to have accuracy. If you miss one bag and have to repeat that bag, track it down, pick it back up and get it over, that maybe keeps you from having the ability to then not just height, but get those bags over. That's what you have to do, and you have to do it from bottom to top.
Look at Martins Licis, who's backstage getting ready. He mentally right now, because he's not in the lead, although he is in second, what's he thinking knowing that Maxime Boudreau has gone 2 for 2 and he loves this next event?
Well, he has to keep the gap as short as possible, and then he has to have some help. Help meaning that he has to have guys between him and Maxime in the next 2 events coming up. And also, honestly, the other guys that we're still in this competition looking at Rauno and Matjaz. Matjaz hasn't really had a great competition so far.
Arnold Schwarzenegger out there with some athletes, as there are a lot of things going on here in Santa Monica, as we saw last year with the Arnold Strongman Classic. Just a real good exhibition of strength and fitness throughout the day, not only from the strongmen, but also we have the firefighters here as well. After this event, if Martins Licis isn't able to keep Maxime Boudreau close, how do you like the last 2 events as far as Martins Licis' chances are concerned for maybe sweeping and then making things at least interesting here?
Well, it's not just sweeping, because if he has to create distance between them. It's not just sweeping. He has to win both. Not only does he have to win both, he has to have help from the other athletes to create space with points between him and Boudreau. Now, if Boudreau absolutely had a terrible event and placed 13th, that would just knock him way back and we could see a different result. But Maxime is just looking fantastic today. I don't see that really happening. He looks very solid, and mentally you can tell he's on his game.
The athlete that we just watched that Arnold is speaking to right now has cerebral palsy. He just did a 1.5 times body weight stone over the bar.
No excuses, everybody.
That is impressive.
Get out there. No excuses.
Let's go back down to the competition floor where Margot Alvarez is standing by with Brian Shaw. Margot?
Thanks, Sean. I don't want to make you stand. I'll make you sit, relax, save your energy. We have 2 events down. Going to those next 3 events, What do you need to do to move up that leaderboard?
Well, you know, it's one of those things where you have to take it an event at a time, you know, and I would be lying if I said I wasn't disappointed with the first two, but going into this bag toss, this is a great event for me, and I'm really looking forward to it. So the best thing I can do is come out and win this event, get right back on track, and then go from there.
That's great. And this next event, is there anything that you did special in training that got you prepped for or allow you to potentially take that edge against your competitors?
Yeah, I mean, I've got all the bags to train with. I've got a bar to train with, so I duplicated it as close as I possibly could. So I just have to go do what I did in training.
Perfect. Well, we're wishing you all the best. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Back to you, Sean.
Thank you, Margot. Thank you, Brian. Here are the overall standings. We now just have these updated. And again, we told you that Maxime Boudreau, we know he has 26 points. So he's atop the overall leaderboard. Martins Licis has moved into second place all by himself, ahead of Jerry Pritchett. And it's Brian Shaw now, who has 16.5 points. So 9.5 points back of Maxime Boudreau. And with only 3 events remaining, that's a pretty sizable margin to make up. So Martins Licis 5.5 points back, obviously in the best position to overtake Maxime Boudreau. Jerry Pritchett is doing what he needs to do as far as assuring himself a spot at the Arnold Strongman Classic. And the man we don't see on that leaderboard is Matjaz Belsak. Now, we said that he was going to have a disaster here. A lot is going to have to go wrong for him, but clearly he would like to get himself into the top 10 here.
Yes, and I think that disaster is on the brink of happening. Frankly, I don't think he's that great at the bag over bar from what I've heard, but I do see that he's got a lot of experience, so he should be able to come back and have a couple of good events, particularly at the end.
Yeah, he would have to worry about Jerry Pritchett and Ronald Heinle passing him. He would have to drop to third in the overall standings.
Jerry's in the driver's seat. Yes,
Jerry's
absolutely.
doing very well right now. We mentioned the bag over bar event. We saw this in 2018 at the Arnold Strongman Classic in Columbus, Ohio. And again, it was a different format, but there was a great battle in that event between Hafthor Bjornsson and Brian Shaw. I know you were there. You were on the floor watching this firsthand. What do you remember about that battle?
Well, they're both tall athletes, and so that height creates leverage when you're talking about a height event. Mm-hmm. It does have natural advantages, and so that's why I expect to see Brian do well with this. Maxime's also a tall athlete, but as far as the event that you're talking about, Hafthor is exceptional at height.
Right.
He's the world record holder in the 56-pound weight over bar officially, and I know that Brian really needs to have. If Brian could somehow pull out a win in this event, he would really create a lot of space, probably between he and Martins. Mm-hmm. So, just based on what we know about Brian and his ability, this could be a great event for him.
I believe Hafthor Bjornsson was the man who ended up getting the best of the battle between himself and Shaw in that event. And Hafthor went on to win his first ever Arnold Strongman Classic in 2018, and he repeated that performance last year in 2019 with Martins Licis finishing in second place overall. They're getting the bar set up. Again, that bar is going to be at 15 feet, and the strongmen will have 60 seconds in which to throw 5 bags as quickly as possible over that 15-foot high bar. 50 pounds, 60 pounds, 70, 75, and 80 pounds. You mentioned keys, but when you watch an athlete go through this, what's the first thing you look for to whether or not you can say, you know what, that guy's going to do really well in this event?
It's not just his height. It's the ability to get down and create an arc with the implement. In other words, if you just bend over with your back, you don't actually create as much distance that the radius of that implement. It's a little bit technical to talk about, but that's really what I watch for. And then the ability to take that back to front drive with the hips and punch the hips through and get that height on the implement. That's really what I'm looking for when I see not just being able to stand up and finish the event, but how quickly you can move your hips up, creating that arc to make distance, and then punching your hips through.
Getting the bar set up still here on the floor as we get set for event number 3, and those are the bags that the strongmen will be throwing. 75 will be the fourth one. 80 pounds is the heaviest one.
The tough part about this event is, frankly, you got to clear the bar.
Mm-hmm.
An old joke in Strongman and Highland Games is it had the height. Checks in the mail. So it's really going to be about getting that over.
Really want to thank all the volunteers here at the Arnold Strongman USA event. They've been hustling around all day, dragging equipment around. I mean, it's almost as tough being a volunteer as it is being a competitor. You're pretty much guaranteed to be lifting about the same amount of weight that the competitors are lifting.
Well, having run strongman competitions, I'm way more tired after that than I am if I'm actually competing, because I just focus on myself and not hauling all these things around.
The Strongman event today, the Arnold Strongman USA, of course, the main attraction here at the Santa Monica Pier, but plenty of people are on hand to enjoy some of the rides and everything else that attracts tourists to this area on a daily basis. Also brings out the stars, Sofia Vergara with her dog on hand. We saw Arnold Schwarzenegger earlier.
Again, this really says a lot about the appeal of strongman. This is something to watch. It's not just your regular sport that you can turn on anytime with a million different teams. This is exceptional, and I think it's also exceptional because we have this world-class field, and people know what they're looking at. That's why they're all here.
Some of the best athletes in the world of strongman are here on hand. As once again, this is the final stop, the last qualifying event before we get to the big one in Columbus, Ohio, in the Arnold Strongman Classic, as Hafthor Bjornsson is going to go for his third straight championship. Margot Alvarez is with Arnold Schwarzenegger. Let's go down to her.
Thanks, Sean. I'm here with the governor. This is your event. We're in Santa Monica Pier. How does it feel to be here with the community?
Look, it's great. It's a huge success. And, when we talk about success, there's so many different levels. And it's successful from a sports point of view. The guys that are competing here and the women that are competing here today, if it's the world's strongest man and women, if it is the strongest firefighters, they all having a great time, and they think this is fantastic. They can show off what their strength is and the kind of brilliance that they show there on the stage. And from our point of view as a promoter, it's great because the audience loves what they see. They are glued here. They stay here for hours to watch it, from the first event on to the last event, to the last discipline and lift. So it is really fantastic. And we are kind of like selling also that sports is for everybody. So we have Miles, for instance, coming out doing a stone lift, and he has cerebral palsy, and has real handicap, but that doesn't hold him back. So that's kind of an inspiration. One that watches it, that you can go and do something, do for yourself. You can go out and get in shape, get off your couch and do something. So it's in every way, I think, that we have success here today.
That's great. Well, thank you so much. It's been amazing.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks. Back to you, Sean.
Thank you, Margot, and thank you, Governor. And it's got to be special, too, for Arnold Schwarzenegger to be out here. And last year, just about everybody we talked to said, Arnold's the inspiration. That's why I started lifting. That's why I started doing strongman. It's got to be an honor for him to hear people say that to him. And he's part of the reason why guys like Martins Licis are out here.
Absolutely. Arnold is an iconic figure. There's no question about that. And he's put a lot of barbells in hands just with the strength of his personality. But to have a competition of this sort be on near Muscle Beach, this comes around for him. And he talks about that, saying that the source of bodybuilding came from strongman and that this is really full circle for him. So he loves this. And also his sports festival, the Arnold Strongman Sports Festival, actually is sports festivals around the world do embrace sport and all the things he talks about.
Arnold Schwarzenegger certainly having a great time here, as is the rest of the crowd, as we are getting set for the third event, the bag over the bar, as the volunteers continue to work on setting up that 15-foot bar. Maxime Boudreau, he is your overall leader through 2 events. 1 event won. That was a surprise. And then he won event 2, which I think was probably even a bigger surprise. And, coming in, we didn't talk much about it, but, as I said before, now he's the guy with the giant target on his back. And we're going to get to see how he handles that pressure here in the next 3 events. volunteers still getting set up here. Let's take a look back now at the top 3 performers from that last event. And it started with JF Caron, who didn't put the logs down once, and he got in right around 14 seconds. And we thought when we saw that, okay, it's going to be really hard to beat that time. Caron on the right of your screen.
Yes, he had a great time, and really I thought that was going to be the time to beat. And then we had a couple other guys come up and win that. But again, you can see his quick foot movement. He didn't falter with his hands. That's what the farmer's walk's all about. Look at the size of Martin's hands, almost covering the entire width of that implement. I knew he would do great. But then Boudreau, I knew he had a great grip and that strength endurance was one of his best events. But look how he's quickly just moving his feet, and he's focused on the floor. He's looking down and he's just grinding it away. He's taking deep breaths, and right there you see him say, "Hey, I got this."
And this is
Fantastic
where
time.
something you've talked about, having a quick start, which he did in the first event, did Maxime Boudreau, allows you to go later. And you have to wonder how that event plays out if maybe Boudreau goes before Licis, and it's Licis who knows what time he needs to hit.
That is true. So basically, Boudreau finds himself in the driver's seat right now. So that second win really put a turbo on that first win. So this is going to be really important to try to get where Boudreau has the ability to make even more space. Because if he's good at this event, Martins isn't, then Boudreau just has the driver's seat, and Martins won't be able to catch up with him in that respect.
Margot Alvarez is with the man who is in the driver's seat, Maxime Boudreau.
Thanks, Sean. You had the fastest time in that last event. What do you do between events to recover and get prepped?
I make sure I eat, I refuel, I'll drink a lot of water, I'll just relax. I walk away from other competitors just to be by myself and just to get a mindset ready for the next one.
Do you feel like isolating yourself allows you to prepare better versus being around the energy with other competitors?
Yeah, it's good to stay away just so you can breathe and relax. And my training's really hard, so it's pretty much easier here than when I train. So I recover a lot faster.
That's great. So leading up to this next event, it's your favorite event. What do you need to do to execute to be as successful as possible to take that win?
It's all going to be about timing, mindset, how you approach a sandbag, because they're getting pretty heavy, and just finish strong. One sandbag at a time. I can't miss one because you lose a lot of energy, and it's hard if you miss one bag.
Well, best of luck to you. Thanks for your time.
Thanks.
Back to you, Sean.
Thank you, Margot. So Maxime Boudreau has all this momentum. Now, obviously, he wants to take a little bit of a break, but we've had a pretty sizable break now between these two events. Mentally, how does he deal with this where he's just got to sit and wait?
Well, I think this plays to his advantage. It plays to all the athletes' advantage. They just went through a grinding strength endurance event, and now they're going into an explosive event. So this explosive event, even though it's several bags in a row and it does have an endurance component to it, there's still a lot of nervous energy that goes into it. So being able to rest and conserve and refuel a little bit and get yourself back together, this is really important. This is really going to be helpful for the guys. We're going to see a great competition because of this break.
Maxime Boudreau trying to hang on to that overall lead that he's built through the first two events, a perfect 2 for 2. Martins Licis has closed the gap a bit. He's about 5.5 points back. So this event is going to be huge for both Maxime Boudreau and Martins Licis. One more look at the event description. It is event 3. It is the bag over the bar. They have 60 seconds to throw 5 bags. You start at 50 pounds and you move to 60, and then finally on to 80 pounds. And one athlete will be going at a time. The athletes are going to get a chance for a warm-up throw before we get this thing started. What are the kind of things that they're trying to gauge in this warm-up throw?
They're just trying to see how far forward they have to stand because there's an arc to the implement. So you want to be able to, it has to go up, but it has to go back, and it makes that sort of little bit of a, excuse this word, but a parabola. And so you want to make sure it peaks above the bar. So they just help. They're just trying to gauge where that is because the first bag or two should not be a problem for any of these athletes.
One more look at your keys to the event here.
So you got to have fast hips, meaning that you've got that back to front pop, and also an accurate throw. It doesn't matter how high you throw the thing. If it doesn't go over the bar, it doesn't matter. It doesn't count. So you've got to have that accuracy as well. That's why I think that even for really good for athletes who are good at this type of event, the wheels can come off their bus because of that accuracy issue.
Martins Licis taking his warm-up throw. He had no problem on that one. Time is a factor here. Fastest time is going to win. But you have to be precise in your setup and your accuracy. Where is the sweet spot between moving too quickly and not moving quickly enough?
You almost can't move too quickly with an event like this because you get that stretch reflex out of your hamstrings, and you want to get to the next bag and pop it again. Because it's not; these aren't relatively, from a weight perspective, these are not really heavy. It's not like you're pulling a big deadlift or lifting a great stone a number of times.
One by one, the athletes taking their warm-up throws. Jitty Kramer stepping up now. As we are well into the afternoon here in Santa Monica, California. It's been a beautiful day, a packed house since before this thing even started. And just 3 events remain as Kramer takes his warm-up throw, and judging by his reaction, may not have made it.
No, it didn't go over. You've got to really look the weight over the bar, and if you start to rush it a little bit, that can be a factor. But as far as the ability to do it, it's not really going to make you not be able to throw the bag. It's just an accuracy problem.
Just saw Matjaz Belsak, and we talked about him coming in the point standings. 32 points overall, so he's the leader. Jerry Pritchett is second at 26. The top 2 in the point standings advanced to the Arnold Strongman Classic. Ronald Heinle right now is in third, so he would be the odd man out. He has 23 points. So he's got to make up basically 10 points on Belsak in this event in order for Belsak to drop out of the top 3, or top 2 rather, in the point standing. So Matjaz Belsak still has some work to do here, but Ronald Heinle has to separate himself a little bit more from him.
Yes, he really needs to have some separation, and I think this event's going to have a lot to do with it, but I think the deadlifts is where Heinle's going to come on because he's a great deadlifter.
Brian Shaw for his warm-up throw. And Shaw made that look like an empty bag.
Yes, he's quite good at this. I told you. So
somewhat of an understatement, I think.
Yeah, and he didn't really put the big pop on that one. He just kind of got it over. So you might see some ridiculous time out of Brian in this event, but I'm telling you, Boudreaux can be right there with him based on what we're seeing so far.
So Alexei Novikov misses his warm-up throw, has to get out of the way in a hurry. We mentioned him last year at the Arnold Strongman Classic in his debut, finished 7th, and that's when he didn't even compete in one event.
Correct. Wow, Boudreaux, he did the same thing that Brian did. He just sort of, short-armed it a little bit, really didn't put a lot into it, and just got it right over very easily.
And these are all the starting bags as Rob Kearney steps up. 50 pounds to start, and then 60, 70, 75, and they end with 80 pounds. Kearney will clear that on his warm-up throw. So it looks like every athlete just about, and as Eddie Williams steps up, almost done with our round of warm-up throws, and we'll get started here on event number 3.
I could see Eddie actually doing pretty decent on this event because, of his height, but this is something maybe he hasn't seen. Here's Brian, the consummate professional. Hey, can I just get one more warm-up? Look at that. No.
Doesn't look like you're going to let him do it, but you mentioned Eddie Williams. He's listed at 6'4", 419 pounds. Definitely one of the taller men here in this field.
Yes. No, that's just a large human. I think we didn't talk too much about his singing.
You mentioned that before, but Eddie Williams appeared on America's Got Talent, The Champions 2. His act was he rolled a couple of Atlas stones onto a tire, and then set up a bench, and then sat on the bench, and then sang Ordinary People by John Legend. And it was an impressive effort.
Absolutely. We like to see our strongmen show other abilities that are, their artistic side or their intelligence. And I love seeing that because these are actually people with personalities and families and a lot of extraordinary abilities. People talk about athletes and particularly strength athletes, there's a perception possibly, and having been a lifelong strength athlete, that, you know, maybe we don't have as much going on as other people do. But you know what? Athletic intelligence is athletic intelligence, and all these guys are really super athletes. They're not just strong men. You can tell that this is a lot of athletic ability that goes into this.
Well, Brian Shaw, as he walks off the floor, you want to talk about an athlete. He went to Black Hills State University on a full basketball scholarship. I can't imagine that guy backing someone down in the post.
If he blocks you out, you're blocked.
Oh, man. You're blocked out. The sun is blocked out.
You step on your foot. I wonder how many rims he took down in practice.
During basketball, though, he said he was hooked on the weights and that he's always had brute strength. And that's kind of what led him to Strongman. And here he is, one of the best the United States has ever produced.
Well, you know, that's one thing about being a strength athlete, and particularly strongman. You have to love this. You have to love this. This is a very singular thing. It's not like you just kind of get pulled along in sports that rewards you at every turn. There's a lot of hard knocks going into this.
Wesley Claiborne will be the first man out from the United States. And Claiborne will start on that 50-pound bag. Just getting some clarification on some things from some of the judges. There's a 1-minute window. And Claiborne set a world record in the keg over bar in 2017 at 520 pounds. And we are underway. So first 60-second window for Wesley Claiborne. First one, no problem. 60-pound bag, that hits and comes back down. The second attempt for Claiborne at 60 pounds, and that is up and over. He'll move on to 70.
Notice he snapped his head back on that second attempt with that second bag.
And he'll miss at 70 pounds. So Claiborne running into some problems here as he's inside 30 seconds to go. Claiborne just doesn't look like he's going to have enough to get that 70-pound bag over, so he will get 2 successful throws in that 60-second window.
It does turn into time also, so if you have 2 bags but you did it more quickly than the other athlete, then that's how we're going to separate out this field.
Ronno Heinle will be up next. We mentioned him as the man who sits in third right now in the point standing. So he's got to track down Jerry Pritchett, who is 3 points up on him in those overall standings.
That last event was really disappointing because he had such a strong log press. Now he finds himself in such a low placement.
We are underway, and Heinle's going to grab 2 bags at once to shorten the distance he's got to go between throws, and he misses the first throw at 50 pounds. He misses again, so now Heinle running into some problems early here. Third attempt finally goes, and he's going to grab the 60-pound bag. And that's over.
He's got the power, he just needs to focus and snap that head back and complete the event.
And He'll just get the 70-pound bag over. He's gotten on track now. With about 15 seconds left to go, 75 pounds won't happen. And now Heinle's going to call it. But you wonder if he didn't have those problems early on, maybe he has some left in the tank to maybe get that 75-pound bag over the bar.
Possibly, but I just think that what it did do is it created more time. So another guy gets 3 bags, and you know he's left the window open, left the door open for someone else that got 3 bags. And 3 bags is going to be kind of 2 and 3 bags are going to be standard in the middle of the pack here. So that 4th bag is going to be supremely key.
Casey Garrison will be out next. So through 2 men, we have yet to see anybody complete all 5 bags inside the 60-second time cap. Garrison out of Redding, California. And he will employ the same strategy as Heinle. Gets right to work on the 50-pound bag, immediately grabs the 60-pound bag, and that is over for Garrison. So he's off to a good start.
It's definitely worked for him.
Here's the 70-pound bag. Garrison's not able to get that one over, but he still has 40 seconds to go here.
But again, if he only gets the first 2 bags, it doesn't matter what kind of time we're talking about. If Heinle had 3 bags, that's going to be really helpful.
30 seconds to go for Garrison. Second attempt at 70 pounds.
It's peaking in front of the bar. He's got to figure that piece out.
Garrison might have time for 1, maybe 2 more throws here. Looks like maybe just 1. It's 70 pounds now for Casey Garrison. A third try is not going to be the charm. Casey Garrison with just 2 successful throws as he ends on 60 pounds. Garrison, unlike Heinle, gets off to the great start, but then struggles late.
Great first effort. It looks like he's making this pretty routine. Gets to the 3rd bag, just doesn't get it over.
3 athletes down, 10 to go. We work our way through event number 3 of the Arnold Strongman USA, and here comes Rob Kearney.
Talking a little more technically, you kind of, for the weight over bar, bag over bar type events, it's almost like a scoop. You want to drop your hips a little bit and create a little bit more distance that this bag can travel, because with the amount of time that you apply force is going to be really helpful to create height.
Kearney is just electing to grab 1 bag and go here. 50 pounds for Rob Kearney, and he will make that. So Rob Kearney already qualified for the Arnold Strongman Classic. He's the 2019 Arnold Sport Festival Australia champ. 60-pound bag will bounce off the bar, so he's going to have to make another run at that. And 60 pounds is not going to go for Rob Kearney.
He really needs to get this over. If he's done pretty well so far, so he wants to get a good effort here. He's going to see this event again.
Closer that time, but 60 pounds is just not going to happen for Rob Kearney. So he will leave with just 1 successful throw at 50 pounds.
What are the?
Just couldn't quite dial in exactly what he needed to do here. It looked like he had the power, but maybe the accuracy wasn't there.
Well, it is for the first bag, but then the second bag, he's one of the shorter athletes, and that height does help quite a bit. It creates that leverage, and then technically he needs to spend more time with this event to be able to get proficient with it and show a little bit better result. The effort's there. It's just the result.
Matjaz Belsak is up next. Now, Belsak needs to worry about Ronno Heinle right now, because Heinle got through 70 pounds. So as Belsak can at least match that, he won't allow Heinle to gain any ground on him here in this event.
Matjaz really needs a strong performance here.
First overall in the point standings coming into this event. And we are underway. So Belsak gets to work on the 50-pound bag. And the first one will not go, so Matjaz Belsak.
He has got to have at least 1, hopefully 2.
Again, came in with 32 points. Ronno Heinle in 3rd at 23, so Heinle's got to make up. 9 points for a tie, 10 points to win, and now Belsak can't get the 50-pound bag over.
He couldn't get that roll. That would have been big, because at least, he's got to have at least 1 completion here.
And Belsak, for a 3rd try at 50 pounds, won't get a single throw, and that's going to be great news for Ronno Heinle. Belsak, maybe we cursed him. We came in saying that he'd have to avoid a disaster here to not make it to the Arnold Strongman Classic, and things just not going his way through 3 events here.
No, he's having a really tough day, and this is exactly what he didn't need to have. Not really dropping his hips and just having that just a little bit of a back bend. So he needs to spend more time with this implement to be able to become more proficient with it. Not a lot of explosion upwards, and again, he's one of the shorter athletes.
Alexei Novikov is out next. He will be making a return trip to the Arnold Strongman Classic as the Arnold South Africa champion in 2019. He's a smart kid, too. He holds a master's degree in international economics, and he works as a business and financial advisor when he's not training and competing. So he can heave some heavy bags and he can manage your portfolio. So the 51 is over, 50 bag is over now to the 60-pound bag.
See how he's getting his hips down? Oh.
And it had the height.
It had the height. That check's in the mail.
Second attempt for Novikov at 60 pounds. I mean, he is throwing that thing into the stratosphere. He's just not getting the accuracy on it.
He needs to step out a little bit and snap his head back, and then it'll go right over.
$60 pounds good.
There you go.
For Novikov. It's like you know what you're talking about, Bill.
I've seen this before.
The wind is having a little bit of an effect here, obviously not on the bags, but on the sign. And some of the athletes are worried that they got to navigate their way around that. It's a little extra obstacle.
I just think it would be a distraction. I really don't think it's going to catch the bag up too much when you're talking that kind of weight.
So Novikov is going to exit the floor with a good throw at 50 pounds. And by the way he started, it looked like he was going to do really well in this event.
I agree. Watch him drop his hips. Great back to forward movement. Turns into an accuracy issue.
And then after that, he just ran into trouble on the 70-pound bag. So 60 pounds as Novikov gets through the first two bags. So Eddie Williams will step up. 6'4" for Williams, and he's going to grab two at a time here.
Lots of height.
First attempt at 50, no good. Second attempt at 50, and he threw that in front of him.
Releasing too early. Needs to step out a little bit and snap his head back and watch it over the bar.
And now he shorts it, so Eddie Williams having trouble dialing this thing in here at 50 pounds.
He's got tons of height and ability. He's getting his hips down.
And the 50 is over, and he gets right to work on the 60-pound bag.
He just needs to slow down. Spending a lot of energy retrieving those bags. That's another tough part of this event.
Second attempt at 60 pounds for Eddie Williams, and the same thing that we saw with 50. That one goes in front, and then it's like he might just be out of gas, so he's going to call it. So Eddie Williams with a 50-pound result as he gets just one bag over the bar.
And this is the log jam we were talking about.
Someone has got to separate himself here. And here comes Brian Shaw, and he may be the man to do just that. Shaw needs a strong performance in this event.
If he gets 5 bags with a great time, he could create a huge space between himself and the other athletes and find himself right up in the top 2 or 3 guys. And that's striking distance with 2 events to go.
Shaw getting set. No one has gotten farther than the 70-pound bag, and that was Ronno Heinla. Brian Shaw just testing the heft on each bag here as he gets his hands set.
What he's really doing is getting the sand to balance so that it doesn't come off his hands unbalanced. And if you do, and if that happens, see how he just kind of is shifting the weight just a little bit so that he doesn't have a left to right or right to left tilt with that. So it goes straight up and straight back.
Shaw's just about ready.
Now look, see how he very precisely he's got himself. He knows exactly where he's going to stand for each one of these.
Shaw goes to work on the 50-pound bag. And no problem there.
He understands that accuracy is the key here. He's got the power. Oh, no.
60-pound.
Tough. He's got it.
He's not going to make it, but
got tons of height.
Just got to dial in the accuracy. There he goes. 60 pounds is over, and now to the 70-pound bag, looking to tie Ronald Heinle. And 70 with ease, now to 75. So Brian Shaw looks to take the lead now into this event if he can clear this bag.
And he really needs to speed up. He's got to finish all of these bags. He really needs to.
75 is over. He's got 15 seconds to go to get through 80. So Brian Shaw looking to become the first man to finish this event inside the 60-second window.
Crucial.
80 pounds. And it will just be short for Brian Shaw. But he gets through 75 pounds, and Brian Shaw is your leader in this event. He was the 8th man to go. We have 5 left.
And again, he just jumped ahead of 7 other athletes, and that creates space. And so these points, it's about space right now. How many points can he create space that will separate him from Martins?
One more look at Brian Shaw, who got 50 through with ease, and 60 on his second attempt. And this is his attempt at 75.
So watch how he does dip his hips some, gets that great back to front pop, and he's accurate.
Brian Shaw came close to clearing all 5 bags, but then his attempt at 80 pounds, the first and only attempt, just didn't have enough to get it over the bar. Here comes Zitz Kramer.
There are very few humans in the world who can actually clear an 80-pound bag over this bar, even the 75.
Kramer is underway here trying to match Brian Shaw, who got through 75 pounds. 50 pounds, no problem for Kramer, now on to 60. $60 will go for Kramer.
His Dutchness is showing.
Just 15 seconds gone by. Kramer with plenty of time here as he steps up to the 70-pound bag. And just knocks it off the crossbar.
He could dip his hips a little bit more. He actually was a little more shallow on that repetition.
Second attempt for Kramer at 70. And once again, knocks it off the crossbar.
A little surprised by this. I thought he'd have a little easier time with this. He needs this bag, though.
Time for maybe one more attempt here at 70 pounds. And he will roll that one over. So Kramer at 70 pounds, and that throw could make a huge difference.
It will, because it puts him in second place, a tie for second place with Rauno.
And Arnold Schwarzenegger applauding that effort.
There you go.
Kramer was one of the men that you expected to do well here, and early on looked like that was going to be the case, but then struggled a bit and finally was able to get 70 pounds over that bar. And here comes Jerry Pritchett.
Jerry's good at this.
So Pritchett has also got to worry about Ronald Heinle, who has 70 pounds, because Ronald's the man right behind him in the overall standings. Pritchett coming in second place in the Arnold Pro Strongman World Series point standings. Top 2 advance to the Arnold Strongman Classic. So Pritchett could do himself a huge favor if he at least gets through 70 pounds. First attempt at 50. Pritchett will hit that.
Prodigious hip strength. That back to front pop is great. He just needs to look the thing over. And
60 is good. So far, very methodical for Jerry Pritchett. And now 70 pounds.
This one going over is going to be huge. It looks like he just lost his grip.
Second attempt now for Pritchett, inside 30 seconds to go.
He needs this repetition.
And he's going to short that. One more attempt for Pritchett. This would be huge if he can make this throw. It would tie him with Ronald Heinle, the man immediately behind him in the series point standings. And it's not going to happen for Jerry Pritchett. So Ronald Heinle, if he continues on this track, might be working his way into a spot in the Arnold Strongman Classic, and Pritchett will finish at 60 pounds.
I did expect a little more from Jerry, frankly.
Pritchett also an athlete listed at 6'4".
Gets his hips down, looks at the implement over the bar. When he gets to 70, he kind of shortens it up, and that's people's natural tendency. They shorten it up a little bit.
Pritchett not able to get 70 pounds over the bar. He'll finish with a score of 60 pounds, and J.F. Caron will step up. Caron, another man who has already qualified for the Arnold Strongman Classic, 7-time Canada's strongest man. He was also the 2019 Arnold Classic Fort Warwick champion, making his 3rd appearance at the Arnold Strongman Classic in March. Best finish was 2018 when he took 5th.
JF has actually won medals in mathematics competitions.
It's like Novikov, brains and brawn, and 50 pounds, no trouble for the Canadian. 60 pounds under the crossbar on that throw. Made contact with that beam, but has to clear it. And now 60 pounds, he'll get that.
If I were him, I'd step forward about 16 or 17, about 1.5 feet. That'll solve his problem.
See if Caron makes the adjustment here on the 70-pound bag. And he will hit that.
Because he stepped forward a little bit, and it peaked over the bar. That's the idea. You want that thing to peak over the bar instead of in front or behind the bar.
15 seconds here, and Caron is now on the 75-pound bag trying to tie Brian Shaw. And won't be able to hit it. So Brian Shaw is still your leader as Caron ties with 2 other athletes at 70 pounds, Ronald Heinle and Yitz Kramer.
But Brian's creating space.
One more look at J.F. Caron.
Great deadlifter, active hips, looks it over, makes an adjustment, steps forward a little bit. Again, you want the implement to peak on top of the bar, not in front or behind it. Perfect.
Now we are down to the top 2. Martins Licis underway. This is a huge event for him as he looks to keep Maxime Boudreau within striking distance. 50 pounds is over. Right to work at 60 pounds for the Dragon. 60 pounds is good.
He's not even moving them. He's not even moving the bags that much. He's just coming up and popping it.
70 pounds underneath, and now he's going to waste time having to go and retrieve that thing.
But a third bag would be really terrific for him because it would keep him in the top positions.
Here's the second attempt for Licis at 70 pounds, and that one's under as well.
Well, this was the event we thought would be the keyhole that he had to get himself through.
Asking the judge how much time he has left. So Licis is looking like he just wants to make sure he gets through 70 pounds. And Martins just doesn't look like it's going to happen.
He's not dropping his hips at all. He's just using all lower back. His legs are almost straight.
So Licis knows that he's got to have a strong performance in this event, and he's only going to get through 60 pounds. So Maxime Boudreau is the only man left. He's already won the first 2 events, and he says that this is his favorite of the events today.
Which should scare everybody.
But Licis looked good on those first 2 attempts and then just hit a wall at 70 pounds.
Well, he changed his technique a little bit. He was actually dropping his hips a little bit, and he got to the heavier bag, and he kept basically just bending over at the waist and not dropping down and getting more legs and hips into it.
So Maxime Boudreau trying to become the first and only man to clear all 5 bags. Brian Shaw so far has gotten the closest at 75 pounds. And he can also put some distance between himself and the man right behind him in the standings for this event, as Martins Licis came in second overall but only got through 2 bags. So Boudreau is ready to go here. Final man in event 3. 50 pounds, no doubt. 60 pounds is over. 70 pounds, Boudreau is ripping through this. 75, and he's tied for the lead, and he's got 40 seconds to go for 80. And Boudreau knocks it off the crossbar, but plenty of time.
But he did do it faster than Brian did.
So the tie break is going to go to Boudreau. 80 pounds is short.
We want to see this.
20 seconds for Maxime Boudreau, who, if you blinked, you missed the first 4 bags. 80 pounds almost. Boudreau is done, so he will at least tie for first place with Brian Shaw. So Maxime Boudreau is a man on a mission right now. And if someone doesn't stop this guy, he's going to Columbus. I mean, just look how fast these first throws were.
Look at that. Look at that height. Really, what he's doing is engaging his hips. He locks his lower back in that position, just like a clean or a snatch. Tons of explosive upward movement. Great back to front movement with his hips. Stands up all the way. And I really thought that one was going over, to be honest with you.
Maxime Boudreau, top scorer with Brian Shaw. He's with Margot Alvarez.
Thanks, guys. You crushed those first 4 bags. You just ripped them and gripped them. Was that the plan from the get-go?
Yeah, it was a plan because Brian did them slow. So I knew that if I would miss the 80 pounds, I needed it for speed. And that's what I needed to do.
Got it. So that attempt on that last bag, were you determined to get that over no matter what, even though you already beat him on that time?
That's what I wanted to do for the crowd, but my hand slipped on the first one, and that's it.
Well, you had amazing energy from the crowd. How do you feel going to this next event after this last event finish?
I said deadlift, but well, keep getting for points and keep it rolling.
That's awesome. Congratulations. Look forward to the next event. Thanks. Thanks, guys.
Maxime Boudreau, 3 for 3, and on the cusp of running away with this thing.
Dominant performance. Didn't see this coming. We talked a lot about other athletes. Didn't really even mention Maxime.
We're going to take a quick break, and we will continue our live coverage here of the Arnold Strongman USA from Santa Monica. Stay with us here on the Rogue Iron Game. destiny arrives all the same. Two events remain here at the historic Santa Monica Pier in Southern California for the Arnold Strongman USA, the final stop on the road to the Arnold Strongman Classic in Columbus, Ohio. Thanks for being with us here today, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Dr. Bill Crawford. Bill, this has been a day so far filled with surprises. The first, Maxime Boudreau, more on him in a second, but another big surprise, Matjaz Belsak has withdrawn from the competition, and his spot in Ohio now is in a lot of danger.
It really is, and so Rauno has to finish third probably to make it in, but still, that takes him out. And what happened today is what we said would have to happen for him not to be able to punch his ticket.
Yeah, so Matjaz Belsak, we said it would take a disaster. Well, a disaster unfolding for the man from Slovenia right now. Let's take a look at the overall standings through 3 events. Maxime Boudreau, a clean sweep so far. He has won all 3 events, 39 out of a total possible 39 points. And Martins Licis and Brian Shaw tied for second behind him, 28.5, followed by Jerry Pritchett. And again, Rano Heinla, if he can vault himself into third place, he will earn a spot as one of the points entries into the Arnold Strongman Classic. But first, we want to get down to the other member of our broadcast crew, Margot Alvarez, who is with a very special guest.
Hi, I'm here with Chase Young, the potential #1 draft pick in the NFL. How's your training been going?
It's going real good. You know, it's a lot different from Ohio being out here, but it's definitely going real good.
That's great. How's this competition been for you? You said it was the first event you've been to. How's the experience been for you watching the events?
It's crazy. When I was young, I used to watch these events on TV, but actually being at one, you really feel the intensity out here. It's crazy.
That's great. Any tips or training that you might take from today and like actually implement in your training?
I definitely have to take some of the juice back with me. I definitely have to take some back with me.
Well, thank you for your time. Wishing you all the best in the draft. Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Chase Young referring to the environment here, not any PEDs or anything like that, which would definitely hurt his stock as one of the possible top picks in the NFL draft. So we appreciate him taking the time to join us here. Let's get to Maxime Boudreau right now. We've been trying to figure out where did this guy come from? Why is he so good? You actually got some information as to why he is doing so well today.
Well, I got a text message, and it says, "Hi, pal. I understand my guy Maxime is doing good over there. I've been working with him in his training. All the best, Magnus for Magnuson."
There you go.
So we've been asking ourselves, what's the secret sauce? How is this happening? Well, just like Oudhaugen coaches Martins, if you're getting coaching and personal help from Magnus for Magnuson, one of the great strongmen of all time and super knowledgeable in all events, then that's got to give you an advantage, and that's the factor we've been looking for. Why did this happen?
Yeah, let's talk event number 4 now, and this is one that maybe Maxime might not be able to ace like he has the other 3. Now, this is the deadlift for reps. There's going to be a lot of weight on that barbell. They have to complete as many reps as possible. 2 athletes completing head-to-head, 60-second time limit, 775 pounds on the barbell. What are the keys to this event?
Well, it's the deadlift. This is the raw meat that all the strongman fans have been watching, but you want to keep the bar close to yourself, especially with repetitions, meaning that you've got to be really efficient so that you can continue without expending 1 ounce of energy you don't have to. You got to pace yourself a little bit. You can start off really quickly and find yourself just running out of gas in 1 rep.
2 more events remain, and it's Maxime Boudreau who's atop the overall leaderboard, and the athletes right behind him, Brian Shaw and Martins Licis, are running out of time to catch him. Who are you going to be watching now in this event pretty closely?
Well, Martins actually has, like we talk about, he's got a big motor. So this is the event that he's going to really come on. He got past the bag over bar without too many scars, and he finds himself in second place, but really about 10 points behind. So with a great performance here and maybe faltering from Boudreaux, but Martins got through the keyhole he was looking for, and he finds himself kind of where he needs to be, but a little bit of distance to catch up on. But if anybody can do it, it's the Dragon.
And as we were saying during the break, other than Maxime Boudreaux, I mean, this thing is going as we expected. But Matt Boudreaux's in first place, and he is now the human monkey wrench in this whole situation. But the guys right behind him, this is the battle we expected, Martins Licis and Brian Shaw. Now, Brian Shaw has got to be licking his chops to get out there for this event.
Absolutely. He's a great deadlifter. He's deadlifted over 1,000 pounds in competition, and he did exactly what we thought he would do in the bag over bar, and that's come right near the top. So Brian really needs to have a really, get out there and get the reps going with the deadlift and keep himself in the top 2 to be in striking distance.
One more look at the overall standings. Brian Shaw and Martins Licis are tied for second place with 28.5 points, and it's Maxime Boudreaux who sits atop the overall leaderboard. Now, coming into this event, if Shaw and Licis are going to catch Boudreaux, they're going to need to get some help. Who on this leaderboard here might be able to provide that in this event?
Well, for starters, both Licis and Shaw have to have great performances in the deadlift. But you also have Jerry, Rano's a great deadlifter, JF Caron's a great deadlifter, Yitzi Kramer's a very good deadlifter. Remember last year he pulled 900 pounds of personal best here. So Maxime would have to find himself probably 7th, 8th, 9th, and maybe even 10th place in the deadlift to have these guys catch up with him.
And if that happens, then it comes down to the final event, and we will be in store for a very exciting finish. So Maxime Boudreaux, your overall leader with 39 points. Look, you know Magnus really well. What are the kind of things that he's instilling in Maxime Boudreaux?
Well, I've known Magnus for a long time and trained with Magnus, and I can tell you, especially, one of the things he talks about with his strongmen is being an athlete, and also being able to prepare yourself specifically for each event. But he insists that his athletes that are training for powerlifting, or particularly for strongman, also include dynamic lifting. In other words, a power clean or a high pull to get that pop going. And so he really instills that, and that also helps his deadlift. I don't know if Maxime's a great deadlifter, but if he's working with Magnus, I've got to think that he's at least proficient at it. So that's probably a lot of what he's actually put into him, is just this, not just preparation, but making yourself a better athlete, because Magnus is a great athlete when you watch him compete in the past.
You mentioned Jerry Pritchett. We saw him a couple years ago at the Arnold Strongman Classic do very well in the elephant bar. Different bar here, but what makes Jerry such a good deadlifter?
He just, honestly, like last year, his 750 attempt and moving up looked like his 950 attempt. Mm-hmm. It looked exactly the same. He's got that stroke. He's got that incredible power. He has that deadlift technique that's been more prevalent in the last 10 or 15 years, kind of the Andy Bolton, Brian Shaw, where they put their feet further out. Hafthor's adopted this technique, squatting down more, getting your hips engaged, and pushing your feet down. And that's, instead of just trying to bend down and stand up, wider foot placement, wider hands, and creating a little bit less distance. And that's the efficiency. When you watch Jerry deadlift at any point, he always has his hips in the best position. And if he fails the weight, it's because he physically can't get it. It's not a technique issue.
Rano Heinla has a ton to gain in this event. We mentioned that as we came in here. If he can vault into the top 3 in this competition, he's going to the Arnold Strongman Classic. What do you like about him in this event?
He has, last year we kind of focused on his hip flexors. He's got this great muscular strength in his hips, and he's shown that he's good with endurance events. This is purely an endurance event. I just like his deadlift technique. He's a little shorter athlete than some of the other taller guys. I think he edges them based on that. He's got a pretty good motor, great back strength, fantastic technique, and a lot of hip strength.
What difference does it make that the athletes aren't out there by themselves, and now they're going to be lining up against somebody? I mean, obviously they have a strategy going in, but what do you have to do to not get away from your plan and get sucked into what the other guy's doing next to you?
Well, with a deadlift, a lot of guys actually just look at the floor about 7 or 8 feet in front of them. Watch what's going on. They're not tucking their back and looking straight forward. So they're really going to be paying attention to the floor. And if they've got a handler, they're going to have somebody calling reps for them. And they'll know how many reps they're getting. And they'll also kind of see the pace. We could actually see a race, particularly with the better athletes at the end of this, with the stronger athletes at the end of it, where they're actually starting to pace themselves and maybe really pick it up, and it gets really exciting at the end. But mostly you're just trying to pull quickly, get an efficient pattern going, and try to get as many reps as possible. That's what this is about.
Let's take a look at the competitors list and the start order here. As again, we'll be working our way up the overall standings, not down. So the top 2 athletes will be going last, and they will be paired together. So there's potential here for Maxime Boudreau and Martins Licis to get paired together, that they're at the top. This is how the official pairings are going to look. So it's Eddie Williams going up against Rob Kearney. Brian Shaw will be the man who is paired with Maxime Boudreau. So if you're Maxime and you've got Brian Shaw lining up next to you, what kind of pressure does that put on Boudreau?
Well, Boudreau hasn't flinched so far.
Yeah.
Let's see if standing in the face of the lion, he flinches, because Brian's here to claim his place at the table, which is going back to the Arnold. So that could actually play a little bit into this. I talk about technique and focusing on the floor and being able to pull and all that stuff, but it could actually affect you.
So Brian Shaw has a little bit of an advantage because he gets to line up next to Maxime Boudreau. Martins Licis will not. He's going to have to wait and see what those guys do. So we have to see what Martins Licis comes up with here in event number 4. But just one event remains. And we talked about pressure to start the day. The pressure's on. This is the last chance these guys have. Well, now they're starting to run out of events. What kind of pressure are they feeling now?
Well, it's going to come down to who can actually have. Where do you find yourself at the end of the deadlift? And are you within striking distance on the last event? What can you do? And that's what it's going to come down to. Who is going to be in striking distance to be able to take that bag and have the fastest times with those bags. I think because it's a 400-pound bag, we're going to see this. A lot of guys not being able to either pick it up or carry it at all. So if you carry that 400-pound bag to completion, you're going to make a huge space. That's
what we're watching right now is one of the firefighters who is here competing. This is a reps for donation. So for every rep completed, it increases the amount of money that's going to be donated to a firefighter with ALS. And Arnold Schwarzenegger is out there calling out the reps. So $10,000, it sounds like, have been raised for that firefighter with ALS. And 500 pounds on that barbell. And this is, last year when we were here, California was just fresh off dealing with some wildfires, and Arnold Schwarzenegger donated a ton of money, and this event donated a ton of money to the firefighters. So we certainly want to thank all of our first responders and firefighters for everything you do to keep us safe and everything that you continue to do here. And it's been one great things about this event is to be part of the celebration of those individuals who lay it on the line every day.
Well, the energy behind what the firefighters are doing, we can hear the crowd, and it's unbelievable. And I think that it just speaks a lot to the support that they get from the community. But also it's an exciting competition. These are athletes who have to train their bodies to perform their jobs, and they're out there, doing these really terrific. I mean, a firefighter that can deadlift 500 pounds for a bunch of reps.
It's impressive.
I can tell you, if you're lying on the floor in a house or something, that guy's going to snatch you up and drag you out. So it makes me feel good that those are the kind of people that work for us.
So far, it's been a really fun competition and a really fun day here in Santa Monica as we get set to get back to the Strongman competition for the fourth of 5 events. It is the deadlift for reps, 775 pounds on the barbells. And I think the first time that I can remember that we've seen 2 athletes who will be working at the same time. So this is going to be a fun dynamic that they've added to the event here on the Santa Monica Pier. So one more look at the event description. 60 seconds, as many reps as you can get at 775 pounds. And we have a really great race developing on top of the overall leaderboard. How would you approach this event?
1 rep at a time. And that sounds cliche, but the preparation's been done. And basically you want to make sure that each rep is in your wheelhouse. I keep talking about having really efficient pulling technique, because if you get 1 rep out of place and it's a drop and you have to repick and it starts to play with you a little bit, you want to continue with really efficient pulling from the bottom to the top. Another one too is that on an event like this, with the deadlift in particular, these guys, I can tell you right now at this level, these guys are not trying to just stand up with a bar. They're pushing their feet down.
Yeah, you mentioned technique, and that's going to come into play here in your 2 keys.
Yes, they're going to really try to keep the bar close. They would obviously pacing themselves are a big piece of this, but they're going to really try to push their feet down so that the bar comes up, and that actually shortens the distance a little bit, believe it or not.
The weight getting added to the bar as they work it up to 775 pounds.
Sean, if I could make an observation, World's Strongest Man in 2000, when Jani Virtanen from Finland won, 775 was the winning deadlift weight. They didn't use straps, but it was a single rep.
That's incredible. And just less than 20 years, how far we've come here.
Absolutely.
In the strongman community and fitness in general. Let's send it down to Margot Alvarez with more on what's going on here at Santa Monica Pier.
Thanks, Sean. I'm down here with the crowd. It's been amazing. The energy has been high since the beginning. We have 3 events down, 2 more to go. It's been amazing to see the stands packed full of people. Anything can happen with just 2 events left, so it's going to be nice to see how it plays out.
Thank you, Margot. And this crowd has been in this building since way before this competition started. We got here pretty early, and the stands were already starting to fill up here. So it doesn't look like anybody has left, and they're all hanging out to see what happens here over those final 2 events here at the Arnold Strongman USA. What are you expecting to see here in this event?
Honestly, 10 reps is going to be the minimum to win.
Really? Okay.
I think we could actually see an 11 or 12 repetition pace. Think about this. That means that every 6 seconds, they've got to pull 775 pounds off of the floor. Every 6 seconds.
Incredible.
And so, and if it's maybe 11, it's going to be like 5 seconds. I mean, that's just an astounding pace with this kind of weight. And this is a barbell. This isn't like a lot of times you'll have repetition deadlifts with a fixed implement like a car or a wheelbarrow type of thing. This is an honest to gosh freewheeling barbell.
There are some people walking by our set who I don't think they know exactly what's going on, and we can hear the athletes warming up, and you feel the weight drop, and the pier shakes, and everyone kind of looks around not knowing what's going on. But you can hear some big weights hitting the floor in the warm-up area. So it's going to be really impressive to see what these athletes can do with 775 pounds as we get set for the 4th of 5 events here. And again, there is no tomorrow for these athletes, and they are running out of time now to qualify for the Arnold Strongman Classic. But Rano Heinle, the door is wide open for him now going into these final 2 events.
He's putting himself in position to actually, striking distance for him is, qualifying in that top 2 of the point standards. And, with Belsak having to withdraw, that keeps the door open. You're exactly right.
And Matjaz Belsak, just to reset the stage here, came into this event in the series point standings with 32 points. Looked like he was well on his way to going to Columbus, Ohio. He was up 6 points on Jerry Pritchett. He was up 9 points on Rano Heinle. And we said earlier today, well, he just has to avoid a disaster. Well, now he's withdrawn. He's basically going to finish dead last. Heinle just he's got to finish 3rd, so he still has his work cut out for him. But I don't think Rano Heinle came into this event and this day thinking that he would have this good of a chance to get himself back to the Arnold Strongman Classic.
Yes, I think one thing that's going to help he and Licis both, they're a little bit shorter than maybe Jerry or Brian, so they have to haul it a little bit less, saving a little more energy. So Licis and Rano are kind of, even though Jerry's this prodigious deadlifter, don't count either one of those guys out either.
Yeah, Jerry Pritchett looks I don't want to put the same jinx on him that we put on Belsak, but he looks pretty good here. If he can just have a solid last couple events, Jerry Pritchett looks like he'll be making another trip to the Arnold Strongman Classic. It looks like we're closer now to getting going here on event number 4, the deadlift for reps. And then after that, it's the sandbag carry. And I know you think that's an event that sets up really well for Martins Licis.
Yes, it does, because that's a strength endurance event, and it tests his mental strength and his ability to kind of eat the competition. He gets stronger and stronger and stronger. So that's right in his wheelhouse. I will say, though, that the deadlift, I'm really excited about the deadlift because looking at that beautiful rogue bar. The deadlift is red meat for the strongman fan. Iron is something that our very earth spins around. Iron carries the oxygen we all depend on, and for a strongman fan, for any lifter or athlete, iron has become an integral part of our lives. So this is going to be something we're all going to love watching. I'm excited by it.
Yeah, and like you said, anytime you roll a heavy barbell out there and you tell strongman fans that they're gonna deadlift this thing, people get super excited. There's been a change that's been made to a starting order. We're gonna get to that in a second, but we just want to keep you updated on that. So we're gonna get you the updated starting order once that is ready. We showed you the one earlier, but now that thing has changed. Barbells look like they're ready, and the athletes are starting to make their way out onto the floor. Here's what the new starting order looks like for event number 4, the deadlift for reps, as Rob Kearney and Jerry Pritchett are stepping up to the platform. But Eddie Williams and Rob Kearney will be going first, followed by Novikov and Pritchett. Then Claiborne and Licis. Heinle will go up against JF Caron. That'll be a good matchup there. And then, of course, Brian Shaw and Maxime Boudreau. So it's Kramer and Williams. It looked like, I thought that was Jerry Pritchett. That is actually Eddie Williams stepping up there for the first pairing.
So Rob has a pretty close foot placement. He's a shorter athlete. That might work for him. Eddie's got a fairly narrow foot placement as well.
So we are underway, and Kearney looks to be the only man lifting as Eddie Williams doesn't look like he's going to make any attempts here.
He started the pull. He's up to 4. You can hitch in strongman. That's 4.
So 4 at 775 as Eddie Williams is not going to make an attempt here.
I think he made an attempt. It just wasn't going his way. But look at what a sportsman to cheer his competitor on.
So Kearney with 5 now.
5 reps. Still has 18 seconds. 6 reps. This could separate him. He's already qualified, but he's a professional. He wants to give his best every time.
Kearney hitching that bar up, and he will get 6.
Great effort.
And Rob Kearney's going to call it. So 6 good reps for Rob Kearney to set the early mark to beat. As we have 5 pairings remaining, as Matjaz Belsak again has withdrawn from the competition, so we are now down to 12 total athletes.
Rob's got a pretty close knee placement, but what he does have, he gets his hips down. He's very efficient. He's a shorter athlete, really nice stroke, and he paced himself. Look, he's just trying to get that last rep. He knows who he is. If it pushed it a little bit, a little too fast, maybe he didn't get that 6th rep. He got it.
Rob Kearney with 6 reps. Next pairing, Alexei Novikov and the man who you think is going to get 10 total reps in this event, Jerry Pritchett.
I don't want to I'd like to under promise and over deliver, but I think that you're probably going to laugh the first 5 reps that Jerry pulls on this. It's going to be really super efficient and kind of easy. Like when is the weight going to hit the bar?
So Alexei Novikov is one of the men who has already qualified for the Arnold Strongman Classic in March as the Arnold South Africa champion, trying to improve on his 7th place performance last year. Jerry Pritchett, meanwhile, is trying to keep his string of consecutive appearances at the Arnold Strongman Classic alive. He's been there every year since 2013.
Super wide foot placement. So he takes his height and negates that height and makes himself actually shorter for the pull.
We're underway. So Pritchett, 1 rep down. Novikov with 1 rep down. Novikov a much more narrow stance here.
Much more narrow stance. He should be a little bit wider. Look at Jerry, just a machine. 3.
That's 4 for Pritchett.
4.
He's through 5, and we're not even at the 40-second mark. And there's 6.
He's going to cause a lot of space between him and the other athletes in this event. Alexi's walked away.
So 7 reps for Pritchett, and we're only halfway through.
He's got to hitch a little bit. 8.
Now blood starting
on.
to come out of his nose. We've seen this before in some of these heavier deadlift events, but he is through 7. He's got 7 reps, maybe time for one more.
Yes, he might should have just paced himself a little bit better.
And it doesn't look like Pritchett's going to give it another try, but 7 impressive repetitions for Jerry Pritchett.
A little bit of a surprise, actually. Thought he was going to be good for closer to 10.
He left Novikov in the dust. Not sure on how many reps Alexei Novikov got. It looked like maybe 2 or 3, but Jerry Pritchett just ran away with that heat as Martins Licis and Wesley Claiborne are the next 2 men up. So Licis running out of time here to catch Maxime Boudreau. He's got to come up with a big performance here to keep Boudreau within reach. Seven reps from Jerry Pritchett is your top score, and it was Rob Kearney who put up 6 for second place right now. Licis is going to be on the left, and it's Claiborne on the right.
Well, the time is now for Martins. He's got to put his foot on this gas pedal. He's got 60 seconds. He's got to hit at least 8 repetitions to surpass Jerry.
The clock has started, and Licis has 1. Now 2. So good pace early on here for Martins Licis. He's through 3. That's 4. Now 5 for Licis. That's 6, and we are just about at the halfway point. And Claiborne struggling through a rep. So 7 for Licis right now. So he's tied with Pritchett. This would give him the lead.
There you go. Finish up. Finish up. There you go.
So 8 for Martins Licis, and he is your new leader.
8. Wow. I'm a little surprised these guys aren't closer to 10, however. It's been a long day.
So Martins Licis with what looked like 8 good reps, unofficially.
Fairly narrow foot stance, but again, really super efficient, doesn't waste 1 inch pulling that bar up. And he paced himself, and he knew who he was in this event. So he didn't push it too fast early on and get overexcited, and hits that last rep up.
Casey Garrison and Yitz Kramer up next. And Garrison, the former baseball player, former draftee of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Sometimes people want to take maximum deadlift and convert it into repetitions and the opposite as well. And it's kind of hard to do that sometimes because they're just different components. Some guys have a little more cardiovascular power, and also it's about maintaining efficiency and not just hitting that one big stroke. It looks like Yitzy's going to set up with a fairly wide foot stance. And again, he's negating that height that he has.
8 reps unofficially from Martins Licis is the score to beat here. The athletes are ready, and we are underway. Garrison on the left, Kramer on the right, and Kramer just rips that first rep. Garrison struggling, he gets the first one. Kramer through 2 reps, and now 3.
Now watch out, look how he's looking down on the floor. He gets to his knees, he pulls back and up.
4 down for Kramer, that's 5.
He had to hitch a little bit. He's going to run out of steam. He just needs to pace himself. 6
for Kramer. Getting close to Licis' score, and Kramer's going to have to take a knee here and catch his breath, but still a lot of time left as we approach the 20-second mark. Garrison's still working as well. But Kramer is going to tap out at 6.
Great effort, though. It's going to help him a lot.
Solid score for Jitz Kramer, but it's Martins Licis who's still your leader, unofficially at 8 reps. One more look at Jitz Kramer, who came out of the gates hot.
Very efficient pull, keeping the bar close to his body. He's got a wide foot stance, negating some of his height, 6'5" or so. And completing the reps. He paced himself, but still had some time left over. Great effort.
Jitz Kramer with 6 repetitions, and now Rano Heinle and JF Caron. So Rano Heinle still has some work to do here as he looks to make his 3rd appearance at the Arnold Strongman Classic. Again, he has to finish 3rd or better in this competition to move up the series point standings to put himself in position to move on to the Arnold Strongman Classic in Columbus, Ohio in March. JF Caron, I mean, just one of the best deadlifters out there right now.
Yes, he's deadlifted over 1,000 pounds in competition. I think he's probably going to fill this out because he's already qualified. He doesn't want to have an injury, and because he's waiting for the big show and he's already there. He's going to treat this like a workout, but he's also a competitor and a professional athlete.
So Heinle's through 1 quickly.
Wow. They both just...
Heinle through 2, Caron through 2 as well. Now both men through 3. 4 for Heinle and 4 for Caron. So rep for rep here. Heinle now to 5. 6 for Heinle, 5 for Caron.
Heinle's getting his hips down really well and pushing his feet down.
That's 7 for Heinle.
Getting his knees, getting the bar to his knees pretty quickly. He's halfway through and he's
8
got 7. He's got
for
8
Heinle.
repetitions.
Wow. And that'll be 9 unofficially.
Leader. JF's a great deadlifter. That was a super rep. Very efficient. Okay, who wants one more? Where are they?
Heinle's going to go again here with 5 seconds, and Heinle is not able to get it. But unofficially, by our count, it looks like he got 9. We're going to have to get confirmation on that. But this is all unofficial. But even if it's 8 for Ronald Heinle, it would at least tie him for the lead. We want to be cautious here because unofficially, 9 reps is what we're hearing unofficially for Ronald Heinle. And that would put him in the lead in this event by 1 rep over Licis.
Super efficient lifter. Bar's very close. Pushing his feet down, gets it to his knees quickly, and pulls back. And he's one of the shorter athletes, and he's using that to his advantage. And
Ronald
great
Heinle,
hip strength.
9 total repetitions. And again, if he finishes 3rd or better in this competition, he's on to Columbus. Now, Brian Shaw has to win this competition to get to Columbus, and the man he's chasing will be lining up next to him in this event. Maxime Boudreau, the overall leader who has been perfect through 3 events, but when it comes to deadlifting, there are not a lot of guys better on this face of the earth than Brian Shaw.
Also a world record holder in the past in the deadlift, over 1,000-pound deadlift. He actually deadlifted 1,025 in training, but again, this is for repetitions. And quite frankly, I just don't know where Boudreau is, Maxime is with the deadlift, but we just got that information that he's been training with Magnus, so I bet you he's got a pretty good deadlift going.
Boudreau is on the left, Shaw is on the right. The score to beat belongs to Ronald Heinle, 9 reps.
Really wide hand placement, but Brian's a giant, 6'8", super wide hips. He's going to use that to his advantage.
And the time has begun. Shaw has 1 down. Boudreau slowly gets 1 down. Shaw with 2. That's 3 for Brian Shaw.
Brian's on pace. He's doing well.
And now 2 for Boudreau, and he's going to bow out. So Shaw continues. I believe that's 5. That's 6. So Brian Shaw with every rep is closing the gap between himself and Maxime Boudreau. 7 for Shaw.
The Crowd's starting to stand up. They feel it.
This will be 8 unofficially for Brian Shaw. 10 seconds to go.
Wow.
And Shaw is done.
Great effort.
So Boudreau with 2 is going to finish near the bottom of the standings in this event. And Brian Shaw and Martins Licis are going to be able to close the point gap pretty significantly. And it's looking like this thing's going to come down to the final event.
Yes, it is. Brian with that really wide foot placement, pushes his feet down, gets it to his knees and pulls back, completing that repetition. I hear the lion roaring.
What a performance from Brian Shaw, who he got a pitch groove to him here with the deadlift. He knocks it out of the park. So both he and Martins Licis unofficially with 8 reps, Shaw unofficially with 8 reps. So they will tie again. But most importantly for them, they beat Maxime Boudreau by a pretty wide margin, meaning that the point standings are going to look a lot different heading into the 5th and final event. Meanwhile, Rano Heinle wins the event. He may wind up in the top 4 now, 1 spot away from where he needs to be to get himself to the Arnold Strongman Classic.
Super efficient deadlifter, shorter than a lot of the other athletes, tons of hip power, just coming right off the floor, pulls back, paced himself beautifully, 9 repetitions, purely world class. I'm a little surprised though that nobody got to 10. I thought that would be the minimum.
Rano Heinle, 9 reps to win the event. Brian Shaw with 8 reps, and he is reeling in Maxime Boudreau, and Brian Shaw is with Margot Alvarez.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Brian on the floor. You finished that 4th event with 8 reps. How are you happy with that? How do you feel?
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. I'm having a little bit of a hard time breathing, but got to fight through. Got to make it happen. I would have loved to put 1 more up, but you know, it puts me in a good spot going into the last event.
And speaking of that last event, you're on the line. What do you need to do to execute to reach your goal?
I mean, I just have to bring it. You know, that's a really good event for me. I'm big and strong. I just got to move with those bags really quickly and get it done.
Well, we're wishing you the best. Thanks, Brian.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thank you, Margot. Brian Shaw has cut significantly into Maxime Boudreau's lead. This one's going to come down to the final event. We'll have it for you after the break. 5th and final event from the Arnold Strongman USA coming up here on the Rogue Iron Game. run from it. Destiny arrives all the same. The Rogue Iron Game is brought to you by GoRuck. Founded by a Green Beret, GoRuck is an American brand with Special Forces roots. One event remains here in Santa Monica and the Arnold Strongman USA, and plenty still to be decided. We appreciate you being here with us throughout the day, everybody. In Santa Monica, California on the Rogue Iron Game, I'm Sean Woodland alongside Dr. Bill Crawford, and Margot Alvarez will be along here in a little bit as well, helping us cover this, what has been a fantastic event so far, a day pretty much full of surprises.
It really has been. It's come down to the last event. And does Brian have the ability to strike from here?
Like you said earlier, everything is going according to a plan, except for Maxime Boudreau, who has now become the human monkey wrench in this entire competition. Here are the overall standings heading into the final event, as just 4.5 points separate first place Maxime Boudreau from third place Martins Licis. Shaw and Licis and Boudreau all need to win to get to the Arnold Strongman Classic. Ronno Heinle needs to finish in the top 3 in order to get himself a spot to the Arnold Strongman Classic. But let's talk Brian Shaw, who in that last event was lined up next to Maxime Boudreau and blew him out of the water, shrunk the gap, and Brian Shaw needs to have a huge performance now in this final event. Does he have enough?
I believe he does. He's got this big body. He's got huge strides, a ton of experience, and the key is going to be getting that 400-pound bag off the floor, 30 feet, and over the bar. It's going to be an unbelievable feat to do it, but if anybody can do it, it's going to be Brian.
Here's what the athletes are facing in the 5th and final event here of the Arnold Strongman USA. You heard Bill mention that 400-pound bag. 3 bags that they have to carry 30 feet and then put them over a bar. Athletes compete head-to-head, but the best time is going to win. They start at 300 pounds, then 350 pounds, and then finally, as you mentioned, Bill, the 400-pound bag. What is it going to take to be successful in this event?
Well, with any carrying event, it's going to be, absolutely able to get this efficiently up to your chest, moving your feet quickly. That's going to be the key. I think some athletes will not get that 400-pound bag up off the floor, and if they do, they're going to really, really struggle with it and kill time in their grip.
Let's expand on Brian Shaw here a little bit. I know you think this event suits him well, but why is that?
His height. He's a really tall athlete. He's got those big, massive, long arms and these big, long strides. This is exactly the type of event that he's made his career on.
So Brian Shaw has the physical tools here. I know Martins Licis, you talked a lot about him when it comes to this event. But why do you like him here in Event 5?
He's got a great motor. He's got great grip strength. You saw those massive hands. He's got the super ability to rise to the occasion. So I think he's right in there as well. Boudreau's shocked us all day, but these two guys, this is the event that's really going to come down to right where Martins and Brian live.
Brian Shaw getting ready here to take on event number 5. Again, the athletes will be going head-to-head. They are paired, but it is the top time out of everybody that will win this event. So Brian Shaw comes in trailing Maxime Boudreau by 3.5 points. He's going to have to beat him, Boudreau that is, by 4 spots in this event in order to leapfrog him and take the top spot in the overall standings for this event. So Brian Shaw and Maxime Boudreau will be the final pairing to go. Ronno Heinle and Martins Licis will be going head-to-head. Now Heinle needs to leapfrog Licis to get into the top 3. Eddie Williams will be the only man who will be going by himself, as he will be the first man out on the floor. But those final 2 matchups, I mean, you couldn't have picked it better.
No, you couldn't have. Maxime's great, as you saw in the farmer's carry. Great grip, the ability to move his feet really quickly. But this is a little bit different because that 400-pound bag is going to represent a significant challenge, and a lot of that's going to be back strength. And he didn't do that great in the deadlift, so I have to question that a little bit.
Now, you've done a lot of stone carries and work with stones. And how does stone carrying differ from a sandbag? I mean, they're both obviously extremely heavy.
That's a great point, Sean. The stones, you can press your fingers into it, you can pull it back into yourself, and you can fix and have a silent upper body. The problem with the sandbag, if you pull it in, it can actually start to slide down, even if it's a pretty tight sandbag like this. If you pull too high, it'll fold over. This thing moves. It actually fights you more than even a stone. Good stone carriers usually will train with sandbags also.
300, 350, and 400 pounds. And they have to carry them down the floor, put it over a bar, go back, retrieve the next bag, and then they have a 60-second time cap. And again, this final event is going to decide who heads to Columbus, Ohio in March for the Arnold Strongman Classic. And it's incredible when you watch these athletes carry these things because it's hard to understand how strong they are. When they move these bags out, it takes a team of people to do it.
Well, and this isn't disparaging. These athletes are like farm animals. These guys are strong beyond past human capability. So it doesn't surprise me it takes a team of – now look at these guys doing this. These are really big, strong men, and they're struggling to get these implements in place, and these guys are going to throw these bags up in their chest and move their feet super quick and complete a course.
There's a reason why Eddie Williams is going to be paired by himself, and that's because Alexei Novikov has withdrawn from the competition because of a back injury. He is safe, though. Novikov has already qualified for the Arnold Strongman Classic, so he is backed out of the competition. But he was a guy that I was really looking forward to taking on this event because what he did at the Arnold Strongman Classic last year in that Husafell stone carry.
Yes, he did a great job with that. I was really looking forward to see him carry the bags because I think this is something that he really showed that he's got a propensity for. I have to say, though, that we did not – I'll have to keep going back to it, expected, unexpected results. Dark horse for me was Jerry. Jerry's done fantastic today, but Boudreau just came out of nowhere.
Yeah, Maxime Boudreau, when we started the day, was basically a name on the list. He was a guy who was just filling out the field here. Let's go back through his day so far. Incredible performance in event number 1. And then that was the momentum he needed to carry himself through the rest of the day.
Shocking performance on the press. I didn't know that. I did know he was a good carrier with a great grip, and he proved himself on that one.
And then you go to the bag over the bar, and he was the last man out, which gave him the advantage. He knew how fast he had to get to that final bag, and you just look at the pace that he started with here. Wins the first 3 events for a perfect 39 out of a possible 39 points in the competition after 3.
Well, at that point, after he won the first 3 events, it was sort of, the guys were afraid, very afraid. And then the deadlift came.
And the deadlift is the reason why we are in the position we are in heading into this final event, as Maxime Boudreau was only able to get 2 repetitions, put him down towards the bottom in that event. The Rogue Strongman Sandbag Load. They got to take it over a 52-inch bar, 300, then 350, then 400 pounds, and they are paired together here.
Beautiful implements. I just love looking at these bags and the fact that they're clearly marked as well. But again, sand moves a bit, and it's just a much different implement than even a stone.
Brian Shaw did not have the start, obviously, that Maxime Boudreau had. But Shaw has come on late here, and he has stayed consistent throughout this competition. What's impressed you about the way he's performed today?
Well, when it comes down to it, he's put in enough to actually get it. He came on in the bag over bar and had a solid second-place finish, and then had a great event with the deadlift and really showed that, he's got the experience. Now we're down to an event that kind of suits him a little better than even the other events.
We kicked things off earlier today, and we spent some time talking about Brian Shaw's career. And for those people who you may not have seen that, you spent a ton of time around this guy. You're friends with him. You talk to him a lot. What makes him one of the best, if not the best, American strongman?
Well, one, he's decorated. He's got the pelts on the wall. 4-time World's Strongest Man, 3-time Arnold champion, podium finisher multiple times in each one of those. He's had a stranglehold on strongman for a number of years. But I think the thing that I always love about Brian, he's got great physical gifts, but he just prepares. He gets ready. There's no stone left unturned. The other thing about Brian is he makes it look easy. He shows up and he's just efficient. It's actually so frustrating for these guys to have to compete against that time after time after time. It's like, okay, we get it, you're the best. Leave us alone for a while. Give somebody else some candy. And here he is, in this point in his career, still performing at this level. It's astonishing.
And he's been really busy. He's been on the History Channel show that he's been doing. That's a lot of fun to watch. You guys have seen that. But, it's hard to maintain that schedule and train at such a high level. But like you mentioned, here he is and in position to earn another trip to the Arnold Strongman Classic.
He said mentally he's in a great place because he's had the last couple of months, well, actually 6 weeks, to just focus on himself and his training and really just spend time in the gym and get prepared for this competition. I think that's exactly what we're seeing today.
Those rogue yokes on the floor will serve as the bar over which the athletes need to put that bag. So that's why they are out on the floor right now, and then the sandbags are lined up as well. Fifth and final event. And when we started the day, we expected a great battle between Licis and Shaw. Certainly did not expect what Maxime Boudreau has had. But I think we did expect that things would come down probably to the final event, and that's exactly what has happened.
Well, for a strongman fan, which honestly that's what I am first and foremost, I have to say this is perfect. This has gone too fast for me. The sun's going down a little bit here, and the athletes are winding this down. But this has been exactly what we were looking for. And it's coming down to really the two people we've been talking about, Martins and Brian. But I'm really glad that Maxime has actually done this because it's going to really push them to perform even better.
Still getting set here for the start of the fifth and final event. Arnold Strongman USA, Arnold Schwarzenegger on hand, as he was last year.
Arnold brings the star power year after year.
There's a maintenance issue with the floor. One of the corners has popped up. They're just making sure that that's flush with the rest of the floor. It's for safety purposes. And once they get that finished, then we will be set to start event number 5.
It's a little bit cool out here, so I have to say that the guys are, they're large men, and it's going to help them a little bit not to be overly heated, but also you want to make sure that you're not going to pull something or that's going to hamper your event tonight or this evening. So as you can see, the sun's really going down. It's getting dark here, but these guys are going to put on a show, and it will not dampen the excitement in any way, I'm sure.
So it looks like that maintenance issue may have just been taken care of, as Brian Shaw is out there inspecting the floor with just about everybody else that's involved in this thing. Shaw will be in the final pairing with Maxime Boudreau. One more look at the order of the competitors as we go from the bottom of the standings to the top, and that's why Brian Shaw and Maxime Boudreau will be paired together. Rano Heinla and Martins Licis will be paired together as well, as Eddie Williams is taking the floor, and he will be the only athlete going by himself.
He must feel a little bit like the canary in the coal mine here. First guy out and by himself.
60 seconds to move those 3 bags across the floor and over the bar. Top time wins. Eddie Williams will be up first. The Williams is underway and having little trouble with the 300-pound bag, and now he will retreat and hoist up that 350-pound bag.
He's decided to take it from side to side. I actually agree with this in some ways because then you can hold it a little bit more toward the solar plexus and have a little more space to grab it. Some of the guys, I'm sure, are just going to take it straight up. He's moving his feet well. He's a tall man, so that's good for him on this event.
The second bag is over for Eddie Williams, who
He's like, whoa, this 400-pound bag is going to be terrible.
I know he's not having the competition that he wanted, but he has competed the entire day with a smile on his face. He even sang a song for the crowd earlier today. So 10 seconds to go for Williams as he's working on the 400-pound bag.
Who thought of this?
And that is not going to happen for Eddie Williams.
Great competition today.
So he can sing, he can dance, he can lift heavy stuff. Eddie Williams is a multi-talented individual and a guy who does a lot of good in his community as well. He is a youth support worker for children with autism in his hometown of Sydney, Australia.
Again, we like to hear that of our strongman. He's a renaissance man for sure. To achieve this level as an athlete and to do all the things that he does outside of that.
Casey Garrison and Wesley Claiborne are the next two out. We talked about Wesley Claiborne as one of America's underrated strongmen. Certainly has some great credentials. And then Casey Garrison, the former minor league baseball player who was 6th overall at the 2014 Arnold Strongman Amateur Competition.
Well, I believe that he's going to actually Claiborne's going to give some space for the other athletes because he's the keg over bar world record holder. So this event probably plays to him. So if anybody's going to put some distance between some leaders, this could be the athlete that would do that.
Brian Sean Martins Licis would love to see other people get in between themselves and Maxime Boudreau. Garrison is ready, Claiborne is ready, and the clock has started. 300 bag in a hurry for Wesley Claiborne. Garrison right behind him. Now Garrison runs into some problems getting that bag over the bar, and he is well behind Claiborne, who is almost to the end with the 350-pound bag, and that is over.
So he's going to scoop up this 400-pound bag and take off with it.
Claiborne at 350. Pardon me, Garrison at 350 as Claiborne works on the 400-pound bag.
Wow,
We're past the 30-second mark.
A little surprising. I thought he was just going to snatch that bag up and take off.
20 seconds to go as Garrison has now caught Claiborne. And Claiborne looks like he's going to be done. Garrison continues to just try and get some kind of handhold on that bag, and he's not going to be able to budge it, and that's going to do it. So far, every athlete we've seen has gotten stopped cold on that 400-pound bag.
Well, that's what we talked about before we started this event, that 400-pound bag was probably going to stop a lot of these athletes from even lifting it.
3 athletes down, 8 remain. As 2 men have withdrawn from the competition so far, Matjaz Belsak and Alexei Novikov, who withdrew after the last event because of a back issue.
So height has a little bit to do with this as well. I mean, not just your stride length, but also the ability to just get that bag up and over that bar. It's 52 inches. It's a little over 4 feet. And the 52 inches sounds a little arbitrary, but it's actually the height of the average whiskey barrel.
Interesting.
Yes, so that's kind of where we come up with that 52 inches.
I guess if you don't have a Rogue yoke, just go grab a whiskey barrel. Just use that.
Whiskey barrels are awesome. They're great implements to have at your disposal for training, and also they're great to look at when we have these events.
So the bags are getting put back in place as Rob Kearney and Jitz Kramer will be the next 2 up. And you saw Rob Kearney is the 2019 Arnold Sports Festival Australia champion. That has allowed him to qualify for the 2020 Arnold Strongman Classic. Jitzy Kramer.
Jitzy's is tall, he's got a good deadlift. He should do pretty decently at this event.
Kramer and Kearney are underway. Now Kearney putting that thing on his shoulder, and he's going to heave it right over the bar. jogging back for the 350-pound bag. Kramer right behind him.
Well, as a shorter athlete, I think that was what he was looking to do. Plus, he can save his grip. He's going to do it like everybody else is on this one.
And now the 350 bag is over for Kramer and Kearney. And each man will address the 400-pound bag. We've seen 3 athletes take on this event so far, and no one's been able to even lift this thing yet.
There it is, it's up.
Kramer has it lapped, and Kramer working his way down the floor, but his grip seems to be slipping a little bit.
Oh, now he's got to pick it back up.
Kearney has it aloft, and Kearney methodically working his way towards the bar. It doesn't look like he's going to get there inside the 1 minute, but Rob Kearney with a late charge is now your leader.
Yes. Great effort. Great effort.
The first 2 men we have seen to lift the 400-pound bag. Rob Kearney got the closest to getting it over that bar. If he had maybe 5-6 more seconds, he may have been able to complete this event.
Possibly so. But again, that height would be a lot to overcome.
And now we start to get down to the matchups that are really going to have a bearing on who's going to wind up in Columbus, Ohio. So one more look at Rob Kearney at 400 pounds.
Struggling for every inch, but he passes where Kramer is and claims that victory.
So Kramer got to work a little more quickly on the 400-pound bag, but it was Rob Kearney who took some extra time to get that thing lapped, and then unlike Kramer, didn't drop it until time had been called.
These are 2 great athletes that are going to go head-to-head with each other.
J.F. Caron out of Canada.
Lots of back strength, super grip strength.
7-time Canada's strongest man. He'll be making his 3rd appearance at the Arnold Strongman Classic. Jerry Pritchett,
speaking of back strength,
will be going head-to-head with him. So far, no one has finished inside the 1-minute time cap. But Rob Kearney came the closest.
Yes, he did. I will say I was not surprised that some of the athletes could not get the 400-pound bag up. But I think from here on, we're going to see the 400-pound bag go up, and now we're going to see some real fast times.
Yeah, Caron in the farmer's carry had a fantastic time. Hoping to duplicate that performance in this 5th and final event. And Jerry Pritchett now just needs to just finish towards the middle here in this event, and it's looking like he'll be returning to Columbus, Ohio for the Arnold Strongman Classic. And we are underway in this heat. Caron on the left, Pritchett on the right. And no problem with the 300-pound bag.
No. Tons of experience, tons of back strength and grip strength from both these athletes.
Pritchett at 350. Caron right behind him. And now both will go back to the 400-pound bag, the final bag here.
I expect both of them to be able to lift it and get it over that bar. Who can do it first?
Has it lapped, and he's slowly working his way towards the bar. Caron has it lapped.
Oh.
And here comes J.F. Caron. Pritchett just trying to hang on. Caron's grip starting to slip, so both men struggling here.
He's going to re-grip and try to get it over that bar. Can he do it?
Caron has it, and it is over the bar. And J.F. Caron, the first man to finish, will have to wait for his official time. But he is now the leader in this event. So J.F. Caron had a good fight with that 400-pound bag, and he is now your event leader. Again, we are waiting on his official time.
This is when you reach down into the heart of darkness and pull something out that you didn't expect. You've got to struggle for every inch. The bag is fighting you. It's heavy. It's at the end of a long day of competition, and your pride makes it go over the bar. Great effort.
Not sure about Caron's official time. as Ronald Heinle gets set to take the floor, and he'll be going head-to-head with Martins Licis. Now, Heinle has got to beat Licis in this event if he wants a chance of moving into the top 3 in the overall standings.
That is true, and he really needs to complete the course because JF completed the course. He had kind of a disastrous farmer's walk. So we'll see how he does in this for our distance events. He showed himself though in strength endurance by winning the deadlift.
So Martins Licis, 3rd place overall, 39 points. He is 4.5 back of Maxime Boudreau. JF Caron's time, 52.44 seconds. The only man to finish inside the 60-second time cap. Heinle and Licis are ready. Clock has started. So Licis in a hurry with 300 pounds. He'll be first to the bar. Heinle about a second behind him. Licis back to 350.
These guys act like they want to qualify.
Here comes Martins Licis with 350, and he'll get that over the bar no problem. And he's putting some distance between himself and Heinle. Licis for 400. Has it in his lap. Martins Licis making his way towards the bar.
Here he comes.
And the Dragon breathing fire in event 5. 32 seconds unofficially for Martins Licis.
Unbelievable effort.
Ronald Heinle finishing as well. So Heinle is going to be in 2nd place in this event right now. But Ronald Heinle really had to beat Licis in this event to have a solid chance of getting into the top 3. But man, Martins Licis showing off that engine here. And setting the new time to beat, around 32 seconds unofficially. We'll wait for his official time, but he is your new event leader. Final pairing, Maxime Boudreau and Brian Shaw.
Boudreau has his fate in his hands. You want to be in control in this situation, and he definitely does. He just needs to perform. This is for all the marbles. This is it. This is what we were waiting for.
So Brian Shaw, 2nd place overall, 3.5 points back of the man he is paired with in this heat.
Everybody is on their feet.
So 32.84 seconds is the top time. Now, Ronald Heinle was right behind Martins Licis' time of 32.84, so he could factor in here as well. So Brian Shaw needs to beat Maxime Boudreau by 4 spots in this event in order to pass him on the leaderboard here.
That's a tall order. Brian would have to win and win convincingly. But also, too, it's just, where does Boudreau place? But those last 2 men actually had great times, a little over 30 seconds. So if he doesn't beat those 2 guys, half point for Brian. But Brian's got to win.
Maxime Boudreau getting ready here.
Great sportsmanship. Guys wishing each other luck. Maxime's got to feel great. Look at him. He's at the last event at the Arnold, head-to-head with Shaw, trying to get a place in the high ultra of strength, which is the Arnold Strongman Classic. He's got to feel great about today no matter what, but he wants to win.
Both of these men have to win this competition to get to Columbus, Ohio. Final heat of the final event here at the Arnold Strongman USA in Santa Monica. As Maxime Boudreau can make his first ever appearance at the Arnold Strongman Classic if he can win this event.
Boudreau did really great with the farmer's walk, but this is different. This is up on your chest. Back strength does play in this event.
Who's going to Ohio? Final heat of the final event, and both Shaw and Boudreau off to a quick start. Boudreau back to the 350-pound bag first. Shaw right there with him, but Boudreau has the lead.
It's
and
close.
Shaw
This is
has
it.
closed the gap. 400 pounds, 32.84 seconds. That's the time to beat. Shaw has the bag picked up. Boudreau struggling. Shaw now has the lead. So Brian Shaw not going to win the event, but now let's see what Boudreau does. So Brian Shaw trying to get that bag over the bar. Once he does, the time will stop. So Brian Shaw looking like he's going to finish in the top 3 here. Maxime Boudreau is now struggling. So Boudreau can't get the bag over the bar. So we're going to have to see how this shakes out.
Where is this? So Brian is 3 points ahead, is just 1 point ahead of Martins.
Brian Shaw needed to beat Maxime Boudreau by 4 spots in this event to close the gap.
The fact that Boudreau did not get that bag over the bar means that everybody who did, including Caron, Heinle, and Licis, that's 4 points. But
so one more look at how just close this was. Brian Shaw was trailing until the final bag, and then was able to get to the bar. The clock that we had on the screen, that was unofficial, so keep that in mind too. So a lot needs to be sorted out here. But we do know that Brian Shaw gets that bag over the bar ahead of Maxime Boudreau. Remember the times of Martins Licis and Ronno Heinle. Those could come into play here. So Martins, we do know this, won the event.
he won the event, and he had Heinle just behind him. 2 points.
This is going to be extremely close when we see the final standings. But Martins Licis, you had him circled for this event, and he certainly did not disappoint.
Correct. He won this event, and I knew this would be in his wheelhouse because he's got that big motor.
But look at Martins Licis going up against Ronno Heinle. He sprinted through this event.
Just quickly getting those bags up to his chest, moving his feet, rhythmically breathing. And enough steam to get it over that bar.
He ripped that 400-pound bag off the ground, got it over the bar in 32.84 seconds. He wins the final event, and the Dragon is standing by with Margot Alvarez.
I'm here with Martins, event winner for event 5. How do you feel?
I feel good, but we'll find out if I feel good enough. That was a hell of an effort to end it. I hope it was enough. Goodness, I'm on, you know, I can hardly contain myself waiting.
All the energy. You finished with 32.84 seconds. What was your strategy going into that?
To win it, I trained this event more than anything because the finishing event is the most important event to be proficient at, no matter how tired you are. So I trained the hell out of this one. It worked out. I won this event. Now I'm crossing my fingers that was enough to seal the deal, but it's so close right now. It's impossible to tell.
It is. We're on a very close tie. You did amazing. Let's stay tuned to see who is going to finish at the top.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Margot, and congratulations to Martins Licis for winning that event. We're trying to figure all this stuff out as the official scorers are figuring this thing out. So Martins Licis, we know this, wins the event. Unofficially, this is from what we saw, it looks like Ronno Heinle is going to finish second because he was right behind Licis.
Yes, in this event.
Then Brian Shaw looks like he's third in this event. Now the question is, did anybody get in between Shaw and Maxime Boudreau? Because if that happens, Licis has a shot here. If it doesn't, Licis won't be able to make up enough because he came into this event, Licis did, with 39 points. Boudreau had 43.5. It's a 4.5 point difference. So Licis would have had to have beaten Maxime Boudreau by 5 spots to make up those points.
Well, by what we're looking at least from what we have. So JF Caron actually finished. Boudreaux did not finish.
Right. So there could be enough. And then Rob Kearney, remember how close he got.
Yes.
That might factor in as well.
But for distance, Kearney wasn't as close as Boudreaux.
Right.
Boudreaux had it right at the base of the stand and did not get it over. So it looks like we just need to tabulate this and see what happened.
So I've just been told now, Licis finishes first in that event. Shaw takes second. And it's Boudreaux who finishes third.
Overall.
In the competition. So it looks like Licis is the man who's going, but that's unofficial. That's unofficial right now. So you just want to make that clear.
That's what it looked like to me because of...
All right, let's go down to the floor for the official announcement.
So I guess to answer the question, Brian wasn't quite fast enough. Martins got it straight over the bar. Martins, the repeat champion, that came out of the final round. How good did it feel to hoist this trophy once again?
I'm a bit tired, but wow, what a contest! By the teeth! Can't believe it, what a fight. And Max, I've never thought he would be such a beast. Wow! Great competition. Thank you so much.
I just want to ask you a question. Which of the lifts were you the most disappointed about that you did today?
I worked the throwing like crazy. I wanted to get it to be one of my best events. It's still one of my worst events, but it's still getting better.
And which one was your favorite where you said, I actually surprised myself?
Well, going into this medley, when I was practicing the bags in the back, I could hardly pick the 350 because everything was hurting so much. And I was so tired. So the adrenaline turned on, and I got it. I got it done.
Well, last year said, I'll be back. What do you say this year?
I'll be back.
Give it up for your champion, Martins Licis. And one more time for all the competitors you saw today. Blood, sweat, and tears in this competition. Ladies and gentlemen, that wraps up the Arnold Strongman US. For John Anderson and Derek Carver, I'm Matt Eisman. Thank you guys. We will see you back here next year. In the meantime, we will see you in Columbus.
For the second straight year, Martins Licis wins the Arnold Strongman USA. He does it in dramatic fashion here, coming down to the final event, the event that you had circled as the one that he was going to knock out of the park. He does that, and he finishes first ahead of Shaw and Boudreaux in the overall standings.
Boudreaux put a wrench in everything today, but it actually played out kind of like we thought it would with 1-2 with Licis and Shaw. This last event was just his event, and that's the kind of thing that he would do. But he kept coming on, and he didn't waver. It takes that consistency and that fight. He's known as the Dragon, and I've said he's a wild and unstoppable force. That's the key to his victories.
And this was the key to the victory right here on the 400-pound bag, the effort that allows him to win that final event, and got just enough help to leapfrog Maxime Boudreaux on the overall leaderboard here. And Martins Licis is going back to Columbus, Ohio, and he is with Margot Alvarez.
Congratulations, Martins. You did what you needed to do to finish on top. How do you feel?
This one's really unreal, because that was by like seconds.
It was a very tight close. You did what you needed to do in that final event. You had an amazing performance on that 5th event. What are you going to do going into training leading up to the Arnold in Columbus?
Sleep, eat, and then, of course, back to training. I have some deficiencies to clear up, like a throwing. Goodness, I need to get better at that immediately.
Well, you did amazing. Congratulations again. We're all super proud of you. We look forward to seeing you in Columbus.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Oh, I can't wait. What a show. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I can't wait to have some of your wine.
Awesome.
She sent me some, she has great wine.
Thank you, Martins. It's been an amazing day at the pier at Santa Monica. Crowd was amazing, electric. I hope you guys enjoyed. Looking forward to seeing you later. Take care. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Margot, and thank you, Martins Licis, and congratulations to Martins Licis. His streak now is getting going at the Arnold Strongman Classic. Unfortunately, the streak for Brian Shaw has ended. It is just not going to seem like the Arnold Strongman Classic without Brian Shaw there. We're going to have some fantastic athletes, but you've watched him compete for quite a while now. What do you think's going through his head right now?
Well, I don't think he's ready to let go of this. His ride's not over, so he's going to go back. He's had a very busy year with a lot of extraneous things. He's going to focus on his training. He's going to go back to the basics and reinvent himself, somewhat like Zydrunas Savickas had done, and come back and be better. It wouldn't surprise me if he stacks up some more World's Strongest Men and Arnold Strongman Classic wins. But this year it's over. The ride's over for him this year, at least as far as the Arnold.
Yeah, Brian Shaw was close today. Had some really great performances in these events, but at the end, it wasn't enough. Maxime Boudreau just had too many event wins and just not enough points on the board at the end for Brian Shaw to get himself back to Columbus, Ohio, as he takes second place here at the Arnold Strongman USA. Now, Brian Shaw had some great battles with Hafthor Bjornsson at the Arnold Strongman Classic. Martins Licis is now the man who's going to have to pick up that mantle and try to dethrone the mountain. Licis finished second last year. He was really good in that competition, but Hafthor was never really in danger of not winning that competition. Let's look ahead to March. Can anyone beat Hafthor Bjornsson?
I think Hafthor is in the driver's seat. The events really stack up for him. He's Icelandic, so deadlifting and stone lifting are right in his wheelhouse. He's a great presser. Also, strength endurance is something he's training to become more fit. Mm-hmm. He'll be prepared, and believe me, he's watched this, and he'll continue to watch it to see are there any deficiencies that he needs to come up on as he watches these athletes. He can be beaten, and the man that could do it is here. Also, we have to think about Matjaz Belsak, who is a fantastic athlete, has a lot of events that will really be in his favor. But the static event, the deadlift that Hafthor has dominated for us the last couple of years is going to really be the separator for him.
You know Ode Haugen very well, the man who coaches Martins Licis. What's the first thing he's going to get a hold of Martins Licis and help him improve as he gets set for March?
Bag over bar. I've already talked to, even yesterday before I watched some training film of Martins. I've already talked to Ode. You need to get your guy to get his hips down. Learn how to put some arc in that bag and get that back to forward drive. You watch Hafthor. Hafthor is in his own stratosphere with that. So basically, Martins needs to hang with Hafthor in the bag and then get his static strength up in the deadlift. And then the other strength endurance stuff, he could actually do that.
We're only a couple months away from that competition. Realistically, how much better can Martins get in that short amount of time?
Well, I call it the magic of competition time. So this was really a great training event for him. He used that momentum to go into the Arnold and come in second. He's going to take this momentum and go into the Arnold Strongman Classic in Columbus again with a lot stronger and a lot better from this competition. But it's going to take a lot more, training and getting his static strength up. That's what's really going to help Martins take that next step. I think also too the fact that he's had these very close wins back-to-back here. Yeah. We saw a star born in Maxime, and we saw a legend being born in Martins. He's like a bad dream. He's like a pack of hyenas that won't let go. And that's exactly what he did today. By the smallest margin, he just didn't flinch, and he stuck in there, and he did what he had to do to win. That's what champions really do.
Yeah, and that will serve him well as he gets set for Columbus. Let's take a look now at the final standings from the Arnold Strongman USA here in Santa Monica. And Licis by a single point, 1 point over Brian Shaw. Maxime Boudreau, who started the day with 3 event wins, was 1.5 points back. That's how close it was at the top of the overall leaderboard for this competition. And Rano Heinla finished his 4th. He had to get into the top 3 to guarantee himself a spot from the season series point standings to get to Columbus, Ohio. So Martins Licis, for the 2nd straight year, wins here in Santa Monica in his backyard, and he is on his way to the 2020 Arnold Strongman Classic. What was the most impressive thing you saw today?
Just the dramatic finish, just like last year. He pulled it out of nowhere, and I don't want to say it was a miraculous finish, but it was certainly very dramatic. And as a strongman fan, that's the main thing I want to see. You don't want to see any athletes have problems that don't allow them to perform at their best. He gave everything, and it delivered.
And Martins Licis, to steal a phrase from you, is on his way to the high altar of strength in Columbus, Ohio, the Arnold Strongman Classic. And we're going to have it for you on the Rogue Iron Game. Licis, Hafthor Bjornsson, Mateusz Kaliskowski, and a ton of stars from around the world throwing down March 5th through the 8th in Columbus, Ohio. Can anybody knock off the mountain? Hafthor Bjornsson going for his 3rd straight Arnold Strongman Classic Championship. That is going to do it for us for today. Thank you so much for joining us here in Santa Monica. For Bill Crawford and Margot Alvarez, I'm Sean Woodland. Catch your breath and get set for a great time in Columbus, Ohio. We will see you in March.